Morning, everyone. Welcome to day two of the Swimming Newfoundland Labrador Summer Club Championships. Um, Today's schedule for this morning, we got butterfly and backstroke events. Then we'll break for lunch, and after that, in the afternoon, we have the IM and freestyle relay at the very end. Just starting off now. Girls 8 and under are being called down, so we'll let you know when that starts shortly. All right, starting off with our first event, girls 8 and under 25-meter butterfly. The record in this event is set by Regan Osmond, 2003, with a time of 21:06. Starting off with our first heat, in lane 3, from the Wave Runners, we have Penelope Locke. And in lane 4, from the Gators, we have Jade Sule. And they're off. All right, they're both closing into the wall now. Looks like we got Jade Sule touching first, shortly behind Penelope Locke. All right, moving on to our next heat, Heat 2 of the girls 8 and under 25-meter butterfly. Lane 1, we have Olivia Rice from the Bluefins. Lane 2, Kennedy Butt from the Bluefins. Lane 3, Marion Powell from the Gators. Lane 4 from the Bluefins, we have Marla White. Lane 5 from the Bluefins, we have Violet Razzle. Lane 6 from the Sea Lions, we have Kiva Delaney. Just a reminder, to the right of the screen is lane 1. To the far left is lane 6. And they're off. All right, touching the wall first is Marion Powell from the Gators. Shortly behind, Kiva Delaney, followed by Mila White. All right, that's it for the girls 8 and under butterfly. Now moving on to the boys 8 and under 25-meter butterfly. Record in this event is set by Mason Jador in 1998 at a time of 20.27. Heat 1, we have in lane 3, Griffin Sims from the Bluefins. And in lane 4 from the Sea Lions, we have Jackson Dominic. And they're off. All right, touching the wall first, we have Jackson Dominic from the Sea Lions. Finish the next. We have Griffin Sims. Good race. All right, moving on to the next heat. Heat 2. Lane 1 from the Bluefins, we have Landon Newberry. Lane 2 from the Bluefins, we have Jordan Carter. Lane 3 from the Bluefins, we have James Adams. Lane 4, also from the Bluefins, Clinton Moss. And in lane 5 from the Bluefins, we have Riley Crombie. And they're off. Lane 3, James Adams pulling ahead. Very close race for second and third. Touching next in lane 5. Sorry about that, the mic cut out there. Alright, that's it for the boys 8 and under 25 meter butterfly. Now moving on to girls 9 and 10 25 meter butterfly. Record in this event is set by Suzanne Snow in 1991 with a time of 17:34. Alright, heat 1, lane 2 from the Bluefins we have Abigail England. Lane 3 from the Sea Lions, Ava Andrews. Lane 4 from the Bluefins, Madison England. And in lane 5 from the Gators, we have Charlie Liver. And they're off. Pulling ahead is Ava Andrews from the Sea Lions. Followed shortly after by Madison England. And Abigail England. Followed after by Charlie Liver. Alright, moving on to Heat 2. Lane 1 from the Sea Lions, we have Quinn Pinkston. In lane 2 from the Bluefins, we have Sophie Sims. In lane 3 from the Gators, we have Paige Dobson. Lane 4 from the Sea Lions, we have Beth Norman. In lane 5 from the Bluefins, we have Jada Freak. Alright, they're hopping up to the block now. Alright, pushing ahead off the start, Paige Dobson from the Gators. Very close race after that. Followed shortly after in lane 1, Quinn Pinkston. Lane 4, Beth Norman. And followed by Sophie Sims, Jada Freak. Good race, girls. Just disclosure, these results are not official, so yeah, just figured I'd let you guys know. Moving on to Heat 3 of 3. Lane 1 from the St. Anthony Dolphins, we have Tony Rose. Lane 2 from the Sea Lions, Emily Gill. Lane 3 from the Sea Lions, Ava Parsons. Lane 4 from the Bluefins, we have Sky Keefe. And in lane 5 from the Bluefins, we have Nevaeh Sims. Last heat of the girls 9 and 10 butterfly. And they're off. Pulling the head off the start, Ava Parsons in lane 3. Pushing ahead there is Sky Keefe, lane 4. Followed closely behind by lane 1 and 2, Tony Rose and Emily Gill. Touching first is Ava Parsons. Then a close battle between Sky Keefe and Tony Rose for second and third. Not sure who touched first there. Alright, that's it for the girls 9 and 10 25-meter butterfly. Moving on to boys 9 and 10 butterfly. Record for this event is set by Bradford Saunders in 1999. His time of 17:94. First heat. In lane 2 from the Bluefins, we have Timothy Stuckless. Lane 3 from the Sea Lions, we have Joel Seymour. Lane 4 from the Sea Lions, we have Blake Noseworthy. And in lane 5 from the Wave Runners, we have Benjamin Osmond. Benjamin Osmond from the Wave Runners, sorry. Alright, they're getting ready to get up now. And they're off. Pulling the head off the start, lane 3, Joel Seymour from the Sea Lions. Followed closely behind by Blake Noseworthy. Shortly behind, Timothy Stuckless and Benjamin Osmond. Well, it's a close race. Looking like we got a first touch by Blake Noseworthy, followed by Joel Seymour. Next, followed by Timothy Stuckless. Shortly after, Benjamin Osmond. All right. Moving on to Heat 2. In lane 2 from the Bluefins, we have Jamie Harris. In lane 3 from the Marlins, we have Evan McGrath. In lane 4 from the Bluefins, Henry Wellman. And in lane 5 from the Sea Lions, we have Rogan Duty. This is the boys 9 and 10 25-meter butterfly. Alright, they're getting up on the block now. And they're off. Pulling ahead there, we had Henry Wellman. Evan McGrath pulling ahead. Followed behind by Henry. And followed by Rogan Duty. Then finishing Jamie Harris. Good swim, boys. Alright, moving on to the last heat of the boys 9 and 10 25-meter butterfly. Heat 3 from the Wave In lane 1 from the Wave Runners, we have Caden Brace. Lane 2 from the Bluefins, we have Caleb Osmond. Lane 3 from the Bluefins, we have Benjamin Pele. Lane 4 from the Marlins, we have Charlie Tobin. In lane 5 from the Bluefins, we have Liam Grimes. All right, getting up on the block now. All right, we'll try that again. All right, and they're off. Pulling ahead there off the start, Ben Pele from the Bluefins. Followed closely behind by Charlie Tobin and Caleb Osmond. Followed by Liam Grimes. All right, finishing to the wall first in lane 3, Ben Pele from the Bluefins. Followed after by Caleb Osmond and Charlie Tobin. And followed by Liam Grimes. All right, that's it for the boys on 10 butterfly. Move on to the girls 11-12 50-meter butterfly. Record for this event is set by Georgia Elliott in 2021 from the Bluefins with a time of 38:03. All right, we'll move on to Heat 1. Lane 1 from the Sea Lions, we have Peyton Barrett. Lane 2 from the Wave Runners, we have Shakira Russell. In lane 3 from the Wave Runners, we have Addison Wells. Lane 4 from the Wave Runners, we have Callie Blanchard. Lane 4 from the Wave Runners, we have Sarah Coates. And in lane 5 from the Bluefins, we have Callie Blanchard. Again, that's Peyton Barrett in lane 1. Lane 2, Shakira Russell. Lane 3, Addison Wells. Lane 4, Sarah Coates. And lane 5, Callie Blanchard. Just a quick reminder again, on the right side of your screen is lane 1, and the far left side is lane 6. Alright, timers are moving now, as they're moving into 50s. Alright, hopping up to the block now. And they're off. Pulling ahead first is lane 3, Addison Wells. It's a close race there for second and third. Lane 5 and 1. All right, finishing to the wall first for the first lap. Lane 3, followed by lane 1, then 3, then 2, then 4. All right, closing into the wall now. Lane 3, Addison Wells, touching first. Followed after by lane 5, Callie Blanchard. Next, lane 1, Peyton Barrett. Lane 4, Sarah Coates. Then lane 2, Shakira Russell. All right, that's it for the first heat. We're on to heat 2. Lane 1 from the Wave Runners, we have Ella Jones. Lane 2 from the Sea Lions, we have Lorelei Norman. Lane 3 from the Bluefins, Carly Chapman. Lane 4 from the Sea Lions, Rachel Higgins. And in lane 5 from the Bluefins, we have Winter Keefe. All right, and they're off. Pulling the head off the start there, Carly Chapman in lane 3. A close battle here for second and third. Closing in on their first lap now, Carly Chapman touching the wall first. Followed by lane 4, then 5. Then 1 and 2 with a almost touch the first lap. All right, closing in on their second lap now. Carly Chapman finishing. So we have lane 4, Rachel Higgins finishing. Lane 5, Winter Keefe. Lane 1, Ella Jones. And in lane 2, Lorelei Norman. All right, swim girls. Moving on to heat 3. Last heat for the girls, 11-12 butterfly. Lane 1 from the Bluefins, we have Cadence Keefe. Lane 2 from the Sea Lions, Georgia Toms. Lane 3 from the Marlins, Abigail Wiseman. Lane 4 from the Sea Lions, Shauna Rowe. And lane 5 from the Marlins, Emma Hannaran. Again, lane 1, Cadence Keefe. Lane 2, Georgia Toms. Lane 3, Abigail Wiseman. Lane 4, Shauna Rowe. And lane 5, Emma Hannaran. All right, they're hopping up now. And they're off. Pulling ahead first here, we have lane 4. Good underwater swim by lane 3. Neck and neck there for first and second. Closely followed by lane 1 and 5. Touching the wall first, looks like Abigail Wiseman. Followed by Shauna Rowe. Followed by Emma Hannaran and Cadence Keefe. All right, closing in on their second lap now, their last lap. Lane 3 from the Marlins, Abigail Wiseman. Followed by Shauna Rowe. Following after, we have lane 5, Emma Hanaran. And lane 1, Cadence Keefe. All right, that's it for the girls 11-12. Now moving on to the boys 11-12, 50-meter butterfly. Record in this event is set by Alexander Kataforis in 2014 for the time of 37:42. First heat from the Bluefins, we have Ashton Higdon in lane 2. Lane 3 from the Sea Lions, Hudson Pilgrim. Lane 4 from the Bluefins, we have Liam Pinkson. And in lane 5 from the Bluefins, we have Jackson Foster. They're hopping up now. And they're off. I think we have a false start here. So we'll hop up again now. Try that again. Just another reminder for everyone at home. Lane 1 is on the far right of your screen, and lane 6 is on the far left. All right, they're hopping up again. And they're off. Pulling head first here, lane 3. Hudson Pilgrim. Very, very close race here. All neck and neck. Touching the wall first on the first lap looks like lane 4, Liam Pinkson. All right, very close race here, guys. Lane 3, pulling slightly ahead, Hudson Pilgrim. Closing in on their last lap now. Very close race to the wall here. Very close finish between lane 3 and 4, followed by lane 2, shortly after lane 5. All right. Moving on to heat 2 now. Last heat. Lane 2 from the Gators, we have William Carter. Lane 3 from the Wave Runners, Hayden Volke. Lane 4 from the Wave Runners, Alex London. And lane 5 from the Bluefins, Caleb Whalen. All right, getting up to the block now. And they're off. Very close start there between lane 2, 3, and 5. And 4. Very close race here. Pulling ahead to the wall first. Looks like lane 3, Hayden Volke. All right, moving into their second lap now. Hayden Volke leading the pack, and a very close battle here for second, third, and fourth. Lane 5 here, looks like Caleb Whalen pulling ahead here. Close battle between lane 4. Very close finish, hard to tell. Great swim. All right, that's it for the boys, 11-12, 50-meter butterfly. Move on to the girls, 13 and 14, 50-meter butterfly. The record for this event is set by Georgia Elliott in 2022 at a time of 34:59. All right, starting heat 1 in lane 1 from the Marlins, we have Kristen Norman. Lane 2 from the Gators, we have Chloe Caravan. Lane 3 from the Sea Lions, Olivia French. Lane 4 from the Bluefins, Emma Milley. Lane 5 from the Bluefins, JL Growth. Lane 6 from the Marlins, Haley Hooper. All right, getting up on the block now. And they're off. Lane 3 here, pulling ahead first. Followed shortly behind by lane 2. All right, closing in on her second lap now. Lane 3 pulling ahead here. Followed closely behind by lane 2 and 4. Very close race here for second and third. Very close finish in lane 2 and 4. Followed shortly after by lane 5, JL Growth. And lane 1, lane 1, Kristen Norman. Great swim. Moving on to the second heat, the last heat. Girls 13 14, 50-meter butterfly. Lane 1 from the Bluefins, we have Olivia Parsons. Lane 2 from the Marlins, Sophia McGrath. Lane 3 from the Bluefins, Georgia Elliott. Lane 4 from the Marlins, Grace Bradbury. Lane 5 from the Gators, Leslie Howell. And lane 6 from the Sea Lions, Kirsten Barrett. All right, hopping on the block now. All right, and they're off. Very close first lap here. Touching the wall first looks like lane 3, Georgia Elliott, followed behind by lane 2, Sophia McGrath, and lane 4, Grace Bradbury. Closing in on her second lap now. Georgia Elliott pulling ahead. Followed behind by lane 4 and 2. Lane 4 looks like finishing next, and a close tie for 5 and 2. For 3 and 4. Then followed by lane 1 and 6. All right, that's it for the girls 13-14 butterfly. Moving into the boys 13-14 50-meter butterfly. Record in this event is set by Nathan Shears in 2016 with a time of 30:10. All right, heat 1, lane 1 from the Wave Runners, Caden Ives. Lane 2 from the Gators, Jackson Haggett. Lane 3 from the Sea Lions, Owen Dyke. Lane 4 from the Piranhas, Luca Davington. And lane 5 from the Sea Lions, Ben Parsons. All right, getting up on the block now, and they're off. Everyone very close off the start. It's like lane 4 here pulling ahead. Luca Davington from the Piranhas. Touching the wall first, lane 4. Very close race here. Closing in on their last lap now. Pulling ahead there. Lane 4, Luca Davington from the Piranhas. A very, very close race here for second, third, and fourth. Very hard to tell between lanes 1, 2, and 5. All right. Good swim. Moving on to the last heat, heat 2 of the boys 13-14 butterfly. In lane 1 from the Sea Lions, we have Ryan Norman. Lane 2 from the Bluefins, Ryland White. Lane 3 from the Wave Runners, Nathan Dean. Lane 4 from the Bluefins, Ashton Parsons. Lane 5 from the Sea Lions, Smith Brockway. And lane 6 from the Sea Lions, Ryan Parsons. And they're off. Great underwater swim there for lane 4, Ashton Parsons. All right, closing in on our first lap now. Lane 3, Nathan Dean pulling ahead, touching the wall first. Shortly after by Ashton Parsons and Ryland White. All right, closing in on our last lap here. Very close race here. Wow. Very close finish between Ashton Parsons and Nathan Dean. Followed by lane 2, Ryland White. Then following lane 5, Smith Brockway. And lane 1, Ryan Norman. And followed by lane 6, Ryan Parsons. Great swim. All right, moving on to our next event, event 21, girls 15-16 50-meter butterfly. Record holder for this event is Haley Shave, set in 2007 with a time of 32:88. We got our first heat coming up, heat 1, and lane 2 from the Wave Runners. We have Laura Carville. Lane 3 from Grand Bank, we have Haley Ralph. Lane 4 from the Bluefins, Jenna White. And then lane 5 from St. Anthony Dolphins, Eve Penny. And they're off. Very close race here off the start. Pulling ahead on their first lap, lane 3, Haley Ralph. All right, closing in on their second lap now. We have lane 3, Haley Ralph, followed by lane 4, Jenna White. Then lane 2, Laura Carville. And lane 5, Eve Penny. All right, moving on to heat 2, girls 15-16 50-meter butterfly. Lane 2 from Bluefins, Abby Wells. And lane 3 from the Bluefins, we have Olivia Sparks. Lane 5 from the Bluefins, we have Ellie Quigley. All Bluefins in this heat. And they're off. Very close start here. Very close battle here from lane 2 and 3, followed by lane 5. Closing in on her first lap now. Touch between lane 2 and 3, Olivia Sparks and Abby Wells, followed by lane 5, Ellie Quigley. All right. Okay, closing in on her second lap now. Lane 3, finishing Olivia Sparks, followed close after by Abby Wells and Ellie Quigley. Just made a mistake, guys. On the right side of your screen, you should be seeing lane 6, and on the left side of your screen, you should be saying lane 1. That's my fault. I'm looking at it the opposite way. But for you guys, you should be seeing lane 6 on the far right, and on the far left, lane 1. It's my apologies. All right, moving on to the last heat of the girls 15-16 50-meter butterfly. Heat 3, lane 1 from the Dolphins, we have Jada Diamond. Lane 2 from the Wave Runners, Leah Wiseman. Lane 3 from the Sea Lions, Julia Daston. Lane 4 from the Marlins, Amy Evans. And lane 5 from the Sea Lions, we have Sophie Drover. And they're off. Going ahead there at the start, lane 3 and 1, leading to the first lap there. Touch first by lane 3, followed shortly after by lane 1. 4, then 5, then 2. Alright, closing in on her second lap now. Lane 3, Julia Dawson pulling ahead, touching first. Followed shortly after by lane 4. Then lane 1, 5, and 2. That's it for the girls 15-16 butterfly. Moving on to boys 15-16 50-meter butterfly. Record holder for this event, Nathan Shears, set in 2018 with a time of 29:05. Hold on. I'm missing a swim here on my sheet. Sorry to the viewers here. Missing an event here on my sheet. Alright. Sorry about that, everyone. This is event 23, girls 17-18, swimming right now. In lane 2, we had Haley Piercy. Lane 3, Jessica Mercer. Lane 4, Sienna Chapman. And lane 5, Paige Clark. Sorry about that, everyone. I was missing it off my sheet there. I couldn't find it. Record holder for This girl's 70 and 18 50-meter butterfly is Karen Sharp, set in 2019 with a time of 32:21. Again, that was Heat 1 of the girls' 70 and 18 50-meter butterfly. Lane 2 was Haley Piercy. Lane 3 was Jessica Mercer. Lane 4 was Sienna Chapman. Lane 5 is Paige Clark. Now I'll move on to Heat 2 of the girls' 70 and 18 50-meter butterfly. Lane 1 from the Wave Runners, Jillian Coates. Lane 2 from the Marlins, Regan Strang. Lane 3 from the Bluefins, Lily Saunders. Lane 4 from the Sea Lions, Olivia Dyke. Lane 5 from the Wave Runners, Taylor Giles. All right, and they're off. Pulling ahead off start, Lily Saunders. Well, closely behind by the rest. Closing in on her first lap now, Lily Saunders. Touching the wall, followed by Lane 4, Olivia Dyke and Regan Strang. And followed by Jillian Coates and Taylor Giles. All right, closing in on her last lap now. Lily Saunders pulling ahead in lane 3 and finishing lane 4. We have Olivia Dyke. And a close race here for second, third, and fourth. Third, fourth, and fifth. Between lanes 1, 2, and 5. All right. All right, that is it for the butterfly. We'll now move into our backstroke. Just a reminder for everyone again, on the far right is lane 6 on your screen, and the far left is lane 1. Sorry for the mix-up earlier. I'm looking at it the opposite way. Again, lane 6 on the far right of your screen, and lane 1 is on the far left. All right, we'll start off. Girls 8 and under, 25-meter backstroke. Event 25. Record for this event is set by Ella Ackerman with a time of 22:90, set in 2017. Our first heat here, we have in lane 1 from the Gators, Abigail Ellis. Lane 2 from the Gators, Aria Williams. Lane 3 from the Bluefins, Mackenzie Welshman. Lane 4 from the Piranhas, Aria Hughes. And lane 6 from the Sea Lions, Amelia Higgins. Apologize if I'm mispronouncing any names. All right, getting ready to start here. Hopping in the water. And we're off. Very close race here off the start. Lane 6 looks like it's pulling ahead here. Amelia Higgins. Catching up here, lane 2. Aria Williams. In lane 3, Kenzie Welshman. In lane 4, Aria Hughes. All right, closing in on her finish now. Very close finish here for first and second. In lane 2 and 6, followed by lane 3. Closely followed after by lane 4. All right, moving on to our second event. Our second heat, sorry. Girls 8 and under, 25-meter backstroke. In lane 1 from the Bluefins, we have Ava Harris. Lane 2 from the Bluefins, we have Grace Smith. Lane 3 from the Sea Lions, Autumn Smith. Lane 4 from the Gators, we have Bobby Liver. Lane 5 from the Bluefins, Maria Butt. Lane 6 from the Wave Runners, Isla Osmond. This will be my last event now. Announcing, you'll get a better experience now with Ian after this. So, all right, hopping in the water now. Again, this is heat 2. Girls 8 and under, 25-meter backstroke. All right, and they're off. Very close race here after start. Lane 3 looks like they're pulling ahead there, followed by lane 2. And lane 5 and 1. And 4 and 6 following. All right, closing in on their first lap now, their last lap. Lane 3 pulling ahead. Autumn Smith touching the wall first, followed by Grace Smith in lane 2. Close battle here for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Lanes 4, 5, and 6 all touching the wall almost at the same time. Lane 1 following shortly after. All right, we'll send it over to Ian now for our next heat. All right, we'll send it over to Ian now.
All right, Ian Flynn here joining you back as we get ready now for heats 3 of 4 of the girls 8 and under 25-meter backstroke. In lane 1, we have Tori Paisley at a Piranhas. In lane 2, we have Allie Ball at a Piranhas. In lane 3, we have Hannah Horwood at the Grand Falls Windsor Gators. In lane 4, we have Ahana Raul of the Grand Falls Windsor Gators. In lane 5 is Maria Knight of the Gators. And in lane 6 is Olivia Randall of the Bluefins. Again, lane 1 is on your left of the screen. Lane 6 is to your right. Again, many of these swimmers, probably first-year swimmers at the provincial meet. Pretty intimidating. Piles of judges along the deck. And we are off, and it looks like we have in lane 1, Tori Paisley as having a strong back, followed by lane 2, Allie Ball. And it looks like lane 4, it's a battle between Hannah Horwood and Ahana Raul for 3rd, and it looks like it is Tori Paisley touches the wall first, followed by Allie Ball, and I believe Hannah Horwood touches the wall slightly ahead of Ahana. Now we move into Heat 4 of 4 of the girls 25-meter girls 8 and under backstroke. In lane 1 is Jade Sully of the Grand Falls Windsor Gators. Lane 2 is Reese French of the Bay Robert Sea Lions. Lane 3 is Marion Powell of the Gators. And lane 4 is Mila White of the Bluefins. Lane 5 is Emma Barker of the Bay Robert Sea Lions. And in lane 6 is Charlotte Pike of the Marlins. Again, girls 8 and under, 25-meter backstroke. I'd like to give a shout out to Joey, who came in this morning to give me some relief duty as we get ready for another full day of swimming here and some great races today. I believe we have the backstroke and the freestyle finals going on here today as well. And we have the IM event this afternoon. And we have a clean start. And it looks like right now it is lanes 2, 3, and 4 battling it out here as Reese French, Marion Powell, and Mila White. It looks like lane 3 may have a slight edge. Marion Powell edging out Reese French right now at the moment, and it's going to be Marion Powell touches the wall first. Looks like it was Reese French, followed shortly behind by Mila White. Now we're moving on to event 26, boys 8 and under, 25-meter backstroke. We have 3 heats in this event. In heat 1, we have Reggie Fewer of the Wave Runners. In lane 2, we have Ryder Boone of the Grand Falls Windsor Gators. And in lane 4, we have Mason Cull of the Bluefins. And I only see 2 on the deck right now, so I guess we're having a race of 2. And it looks like it's lanes 2 and 3, so that would be Reggie Fewer and Ryder Boone. A little more excitement upstairs here on day 2 as there's seems to be a lot more swimmers. Coaches are leaned over the glass eagerly watching all their swimmers, how well they do. And we have a clean start, and it looks like it is lane 3, which is a Ryder Boone. Again, like I said, 8 and under. Many times this is their first time swimming a provincial meet. Sometimes it's their first time trying to stroke at a swim club championship. So kudos to these kids for just going out there and giving it a go under this immense pressure of trying to represent your team. And we see Ryder Boone touch the wall first. And we have Reggie Fewer working his way down the pool now. Now we're getting ready now for heat 2 of 3. And in lane 1 is Nate Colburn of the Bay Robert Sea Lions. Lane 2 is Hudson Linfield of the Grand Falls Windsor Gators. Lane 3 is Gage Butler of the Wave Runners. Lane 4 is Vincent Bradbury of the Marylands. Lane 5 is Jordan Carter of the Bluefins. And in lane 6 is Sam Davignon of the Piranhas. Again, the lane 1 is on your left of the screen. Lane 6 is on your right. I was just looking at the program here. So this morning we have the butterfly and backstroke events. Looks like lunch break is going to be 90 minutes. Then after lunch we have the butterfly event and the backstroke finals, along with the IM and the freestyle relay. So a great afternoon of swimming here as well in Gander. We get ready to start, and here we go. And it looks like it is a clean start, and it looks like it is lane 3 of Gage Butler powering his way up the pool. And it looks like lane 2, which is Hudson Linfield, at second place. And it looks like it is Nate Colburn fighting to stay hold of third, as Vincent Bradbury and Jordan are battling it out there trying to catch him. Will they catch him? No, and it's Nate Colburn touches the wall just ahead of Jordan Carter and Vincent Bradbury. And Sam Davignon was right behind. Now we move into heat 3 of 3 of the boys 8 and under 25-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Nate DeGreat Bartlett of the Bay Roberts Sea Lions. Lane 2 is Jace March of the Bay Roberts Sea Lions. Lane 3 is Mika Morgan of the Bay Roberts Sea Lions. Lane 4 is West Avignon of Piranhas. Lane 5 is Jackson Dominic of the Sea Lions. And in lane 6 is Kingston Parsons of the Gators. We have 4 Sea Lions in this race. And we have a clean start. And it looks like it is lanes. Looks like lane 2, which is Jace March. Nate Bartlett are battling it out here for first place. Although Mika Morgan and West Avignon are putting on a push as well. Can Jace March hang on? And it looks like it was lane 4. Lane 4 was West Avignon. Takes first just ahead of Jace March. And very close between Mika Morgan and Nate Bartlett for third. Now we move on to the girls. 9, 10, 50-meter backstroke. 2 laps to the pool. So we'll have a little bit of a quick change around here now as the judges switch sides. As this is 2 laps to the pool. So this is the girls' 9, 10, 50-meter backstroke. We have 7 heats in this event. In lane 1 is Willow Hackett Allen of the Wave Runners. In lane 2 is Rachel Mercer of the Gators. In lane 3 is Lauren Mercer of the Gators. Lane 4 is Claire Shepard of the Gators. And in lane 5 is Michaela Brinston of the Grand Bank Sharks. Again, huge shout out to all swimmers, all volunteers, all coaches, all us lovely parents who take our time and energy to bring our kids to practice every morning and bring them to all our swim meets. It all comes down to this weekend here to see who are provincial club champs. And as we've preached, I'm sure many of us have, is to beat your own time. That's who you're racing against. You're racing against yourself. And that's what these kids have to realize. The one thing I do miss is the atmosphere that used to be on the deck pre-COVID of all the kids on the deck cheering on their players, on their swimmers, on their teammates. It's certainly the buzz that's missed here at the provincial championships, and some of these kids never got to experience that, and I really hope that that's revisited because that's a huge part of this event. And it's unfortunate that, and I understand the regulations behind it, but I think there has to be something we can do to kind of make this a much more exciting event for the kids. We're up here in the window and these kids are cheering them on, but they don't hear much when they're in the pool as compared to looking down and seeing 25 or 30 of their teammates cheering them on and encouraging them to swim a little faster. So hopefully we'll get back to that down the road. Anyway, we're getting ready now to start. Girls 9, 10, 50-meter backstroke. Again, lane 1 is on the left of your screen. Lane 6 is on your right. I was promised a fan that I never got as well. Because it's another hot, the one up here. I have a lady here fanning me off, which is fantastic. And the race is off, and it looks like it is lane 3 of Lauren Mercer, who has the lead, followed shortly behind by Rachel Mercer. And then in third place, it looks like it's Willow Allen Hackett, and it's going to be Lauren Mercer touching the wall first as she turns around to come back, followed shortly behind by Rachel, Willow, and we have Claire Shepard and Michaela Brinston as well. But now it is Lauren Mercer's race right now. But now it's a good battle for second and third As it's between Rachel Mercer and Willow Hackett Allen, and it looks like Rachel has got some separation between her and Willow, and it's going to be Rachel touching the wall in second, Willow third. But Michaela Brinson had an amazing second half and really narrowed the gap to touch the wall in the fourth, followed behind by Claire Shepard. Now we move on to heat 2 of 7 for the girls. 50-meter backstroke, girls 9-10. In lane 1 is Sophie Sims of the Bluefins. In lane 2 is Brooke Hoskins of the Wave Runners. Lane 3 is Josie Batcock of the Wave Runners. Lane 4 is Hazel Goulding of the Marlins. Lane 5 is Mayfield of the Piranhas. And in lane 6 is Carrie Budgell of the Gators. Again, 2 laps. 50-meter backstroke, girls 9-10, heat 2 of 7. Lane 1 is on your left, lane 6 is on your right. I'll throw the disclaimer out there that I am a very biased official or a play-by-play commentator as a parent of a sea lion. And none of my results are official, but probably be skewed on time to time. Here we go, heat 2 of 7. Girls 9-10, 50-meter. Girls are in the pool, ready to go. And we have a clean start, and it looks like it is lane 1, which is Sophie Sims, who has the lead right now, followed behind by lanes 2 and 3, which is Brooke Hoskins and Josie Badcock. But Sophie Sims, who looks like was going to touch the wall first at the 25-meter mark. Brooke Hoskins, Josie Badcock, and it looks like Hazel Goulding and Mayfield are making a bit of a push as well now to narrow the gap for second and third. But Sophie Sims, this is her race right now, but now it's almost a three-way race right now for second and third, and it looks like now it's Brooke Hoskins who's moved into second place. But Hazel Goulding has certainly made a push on Josie Badcock right now, and it looks like Hazel Goulding has overtaken everybody except Sophie Sims, and Hazel has moved into second place. And now it is Brooke Hoskins in third. And Mayfield came out of nowhere as well, and now it is Mayfield going to touch the wall third, just ahead of Brooke Hoskins. Josie Badcock followed by Carrie Budgell. Now we have heat 3 of 7. In lane 1 is Macy Butt of the Bluefins. Lane 2 is Holly Mercer of the Sea Lions. Lane 3 is Olivia Paisley of the Piranhas. Lane 4 is Charlie Lever of the Gators. Lane 5 is Alex Lever of the Gators. And in lane 6 is Ava Sims of the Bluefins. And again, I apologize if I totally mispronounce your child's name. Like I said, I'm sure it's something that you can sit back and laugh at next week, next month. About that guy from Bay Roberts who absolutely butchered my child's name. Again, heat 3 of 7. Girls 9-10, 50-meter. Macy Butt, Holly Mercer, Olivia Paisley, Charlie Lever, Alex Lever, Ava Sims. Lane 1 is on your left. Lane 6 is on your right. And we have a clean start. And it looks like it is lane 1 of Macy Butt battling it out with Holly Mercer. With Olivia Paisley right behind them. But it looks like now it's Macy Butt. May touch the wall slightly ahead of Holly from the Sea Lions. And it's Macy going to touch the wall first. head back for our final 25, and now we have a battle for second and third as Holly Mercer of the Sea Lions and Olivia Paisley of the Piranhas touch the wall almost the same time. A great turn by Olivia to give herself a slight lead over Holly now at the moment. This is Macy Butt right now who's in first. But Olivia Paisley is putting on a push here. Can she catch Macy? And now we have a battle for third place, and it looks like Olivia Paisley has overtaken Macy here. And it is Olivia Paisley touching the wall ahead of Macy Butt, and in third place, it looks like it's lane 5 of Alex Lever. Touches the wall slightly ahead of Charlie, followed by Holly Mercer and Ava Sims. But again, a great race in the last 25 meters. Now we move on to heat 4 of 7 of the girls. 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Emily Gill of the Sea Lions. In lane 2 is Lexi Haggett of the Grand Falls Windsor Gators. In lane 3 is Darcy Williams of the Gators. Lane 4 is Lila Daw of the Gators. Lane 5 is Madison England of the Bluefins. And in lane 6 is Jordan Sims of the Sea Lions. And water ready to start. And we have a clean start here, and it looks like it is lane 1 of Emily Gill. Battling it out with Lexi Haggett right now, followed very closely behind by Darcy Williams. But it looks like it's Emily Gill who has the lead here now at the first 25 meters. He's going to touch the wall slightly ahead of Lexi Haggett and Darcy Williams. And Madison England is right there as well. But it's Emily Gill touches the wall first, heading back for the final 25. Followed by Lexi Haggett. Now we have a battle for third place. It's between Darcy Williams, Lila Daw, and Madison England. Jordan Sims is right there as well. It looks like it's Emily Gill, though. But right now, it is lane 5 of Madison England who's making a push. Does she have enough room left to catch Emily Gill? I don't think so. It looks like Emily Gill is going to touch the wall first, but Madison England with a great second half touches the wall second, followed shortly behind by, looks like lane 3 of Darcy Williams, who finishes third. Lexi Haggett, Madison England, and Jordan Sims. Great race. Big change after the last 25 meters, it seems, on these heats here with the girls. Now we move on to heat 5 of 7. In lane 1, we have Jenna Cullahall of the Piranhas. In lane 2, we have Silver Stuckless of the Bluefins. Lane 3, we have Beth Bartlett of the Sea Lions. In lane 4 is Emma Pitcher of the Gators. In lane 5 is Di Hopkins of the Sea Lions. And in lane 6 is Beth Norman of the Sea Lions. And again, I gave him a shout out yesterday. I'll do the same today because I know he's one of many parents that are probably in a divide and conquer role this weekend as he's home with his son who's playing soccer. So shout out to Dave Hopkins, as I'm sure he's glued to the YouTube channel here now, watching his daughter swim. Heat 5 of 7 of the girls, 50-meter backstroke, 2 laps. And we have a clean start, and it looks like it is lane 2 of Silver Stuckless. Slightly ahead of Eve Harris right now, with Paige Dobson right there as well. Followed behind by Avery Parsons, Emma Pitcher, Di Hopkins, and Beth Norman. But it's Silver Stuckless touches the wall first, followed by, looks like Beth Bartlett is in second place. And now it's a battle for third between Emma Pitcher, Di Hopkins, and Jenna. Silver is trying to hang on here as Beth Bartlett is just cruising up the pool. Can she hang on now to second? It's going to be Silver who's going to touch the wall first. And Beth Bartlett keeps her second place finish just ahead of Emma Pitcher, followed shortly behind by Di Hopkins, it looks like, just over Jenna and Beth Norman. Now we move on to heat 6 of 7. Girls 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Eve Harris of the Wave Runners. Lane 2 is Katie Sweetland of the Wave Runners. Lane 3 is Paige Dobson of the Gators. In lane 4 is Avery Parsons of the Gators. In lane 5 is Mallory Buckle of the Wave Runners. And in lane 6 is Sadie Hurley of the Gators. Again, lane 1 is on your left. Lane 6 is on your right. Girls 9-10, 50-meter, 2 laps. To see who can make it to the top 6 to get to our final swims this afternoon. And we have a false start. So looks like somebody was a little eager to get going. We're going to get back to the starting blocks again and start the process all over again. Looks like it was, by the judges, looks like it was lane 4. Avery Parsons may have gotten a little excited. Tried to get the slight edge. Start this all over again. Heat 6 of 7 of the girls. 9-10, 50-meter backstroke. This time we have a clean start, and it looks like it is lane number 3, which is Paige Dobson. Battling it out with Avery Parsons here now. Followed right behind by Eve Harris. And it is Paige Dobson and Avery Parsons touching the wall first. Katie Sweetland touches the wall next. And it is going to be Paige Dobson with the lead here. As hard as Avery's trying to catch her, it looks like Paige is going to keep her first place lead here now, and it's followed by Avery Parsons. But now we have a bit of a race here for third place. It looks like Katie Sweetland is going to edge out Mallory Buckle for third place, just ahead of Sadie Hurley as well. Great race. And now we move on to heat 7 of 7 of the girls 9-10. 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Sky Keefe of the Bluefins. Lane 2 is Tony Rose of the Dolphins. Lane 3 is Jessa Moss of the Bluefins. Lane 4 is Ava Andrews of the Sea Lions. Lane 5 is Quinn Pinkston of the Sea Lions. And in lane 6 is Abigail England of the Bluefins. This is the last heat of the girls' 50-meter backstroke. We move on to event 28 next. The boys' 9-10 50-meter backstroke. And here we go, and it looks like it's a clean start, and it looks like it is a lane number 3, which is Jessa Moss right now, hanging on to a lead over Tony Rose, followed behind by number 1, which is Sky Keefe, and Ava Andrews is battling it out there as well. But it looks like it is Jessa Moss who has touched the wall first, followed behind by Tony Rose. But it looks like now as Ava Andrews has moved into third place ahead of Sky Keefe. And this is going to be a Jessa Moss all the way as she touches the wall first, followed by Tony Rose. And now Ava Andrews, it looks like is well situated for third place in this heat, touches the wall third. Now it's a battle between all 3 swimmers, and it looks like it's going to be a lane 6 of Abigail England slightly touching the wall ahead of Quinn Pinkston, who's just ahead of Sky Keefe. Again, big lead changes in the second 25 of this race. Now we move on to event 28, boys 9-10, 50-meter backstroke. We have 4 heats in this race. This event in lane 3 is Liam Brown of the Marlins. In lane 4 is Caden Brace of the Wave Runners. And in lane 5 is Marshall Wojcik of the St. Anthony Dolphins. And again, it looks like we only have 2 swimmers in this race, which is lanes 3 and 5. So looks like it's between Marshall and Liam here in heat 1. And we have a clean start, and it looks like it is lane 3 of Liam Brown, keeping a lead ahead of Marshall here. They're at about the 15, 16 meter mark here. We work our way down the pool. It looks like it's going to be Liam who touches the wall first, but Marshall is having a nice smooth backstroke here. He can maintain that style and composure. He may just have to hit him to catch Liam here on the back 25. Liam touches the wall first, but Marshall is now making a push. Who has to strengthen him in the last 25 meters, and it looks like Marshall has caught up to Liam, and it looks like now it's Marshall in the lead. And it's now Marshall who has the lead coming into the last 7 or 8 meters here. And it's going to be Marshall who touches the wall first. Overtakes Liam in the back half of the 50 meters. To touch the wall first. Now we move on to heat 2 of 4 of the boys 9-10 50 meter. In lane 1 is Caleb Brown of the Sea Lions. Lane 2 is Nicholas Powell of the Dolphins. Lane 3 is Evan McGraw of the Marlins. And in lane 4 is Ethan Carter of the Bluefins. Lane 5, Carson Vokey of the Wave Runners. And in lane 6 is Owen Pinkston of the Bluefins. Again, heat 2 of 4, the boys 9-10 50 meter backstroke. 2 laps of the pool. Lane 1 is on your left. Lane 6 is on your right. And we have a clean start, and it looks like it is lanes 3 is in first place here is Evan McGraw, followed closely behind by lane 1, which is Caleb Brown. Caleb Brown has a nice smooth backstroke as well. But it is Evan McGraw. Looks like he's going to touch the wall first, and it's a battle now between Caleb Brown, Nicholas Powell, and Ethan Carter for second and third. Here we go. We're back down to the final 25 here. And it is Evan McGraw who's in control of this race, but who's going to take second? It looks like right now is Ethan Carter has gained a little bit of space. But as Caleb Brown now has moved in, it looks like he's moved into third. As it is Evan McGraw touches the wall first. It is Ethan Carter second, and it looks like it's going to be Caleb Brown edging out Nicholas Powell for third place as we follow behind by Carson Vokey, then Owen Sparks. Now we move into heat 3 of 4 of the boys 50 meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Caleb Osmond of the Bluefins. Lane 2 is Sullivan Power of the Wave Runners. Lane 3, Lake Noseworthy of the Sea Lions. Lane 4, Gibson McHugh of the Sea Lions. Lane 5, Liam Morrissey of the Sea Lions. And in lane 6 is Liam Grimes of the Bluefins. We have 3 Sea Lions in lanes 3, 4, and 5. Who I know would love nothing more than to beat the other one that is next to him. All 3 of these kids are super competitive. I'm sure all 6 of these kids in the pool are super competitive. But knowing these 3 kids, they don't want any Sea Lion next to them to beat them. As we look down and we see moms and dads with phones and cameras getting ready to take pictures and record videos. Not much stress there from Mr. Morrissey as he waves to his parents with a big smile on his face as he jumps into the pool. It's all business now when the horn goes off. And they're off, and it looks like it is in lane number 3. Blake Noseworthy is in first place, followed behind by Gibson McHugh, with Caleb Osmond there right there as well. Liam Morrissey and Sullivan Power, but it is Blake Noseworthy who's going to touch the wall first at the 25-meter mark. Looks like it's Gibson McHugh going to touch second. And now it's a battle for third between Caleb Osmond, Sullivan Power, and Liam Morrissey. But this is Blake Noseworthy all the way here now, as it looks like he's going to cruise to a first-place finish. And it looks like Gibson McHugh on the turn has gained a lot of ground and is going to take over second place here. Now it's a battle for third as Liam Morrissey is putting on a push here. And it looks like Liam has gained some ground as well. Can Liam hang on to third place? And it's looks like it's going to be Sea Lions 1, 2, 3 here in this heat, as it is Blake Noseworthy, Gibson McHugh, Liam Morrissey, followed behind by Caleb Osmond, Sullivan Power, and Liam Grimes. I think it was an advantage to have those three next to each other as they all pushed each other there in that race. Now we move on to heat 4 of 4 of the boys, 9, 10, 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Seth Huzzy of the Bay Robber Sea Lions. Lane 2 is Benjamin Pelly of the Bluefins. Lane 3 is Mason Ackerman of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Carter Chapman of the Bluefins. And in lane 5 is Lincoln Budgell of the Bluefins. 2 Sea Lions and 3 Bluefins. Battling it out here in the final heat. The boys 9, 10, 50-meter backstroke. Here we go. They're in the water, ready to go. And we have a clean start, and it looks like it is. Got one there. And it looks like it is lane 3 of Mason Ackerman has the lead right now ahead of Benjamin Pelly and Carter Chapman. It's going to be Mason Ackerman touching the wall first. It's a battle now for second between Benjamin Pelly and Carter Chapman, but it's Mason Ackerman now trying to hang on here as Benjamin Pelly and Carter Chapman are putting on a push. He's hanging on. But the two boys are really putting on a push. The 2 Bluefins of Benjamin and Carter are really giving Mason a race here. But it looks like Mason is going to hang on here and keep him at bay. And it looks like it's going to be Carter Chapman is going to touch the wall second ahead of Benjamin Pelly, followed behind by Lincoln Budgell and Seth Huzzy. We're moving on now to event 29, girls 11, 12, 50-meter backstroke. We have 6 heats in this event. And in lane 2, we have Kara Tucker of the Dolphins. In lane 3, we have Cadence Keefe of the Bluefins. And in lane 4, we have Winter Keefe of the Bluefins. Again, event 29, girls 11, 12, 50-meter backstroke. 2 laps of the pool. Lane 1 is on your left. Lane 6 is on your right. As all these swimmers here now battle it out to try to make the top 6 so they can swim in the finals this afternoon. Some valuable points for their team to see who will reign supreme as summer champs in Gander. And we have a clean start, and it looks like it is lane number 2, which is Kara Tucker, who's in the lead, followed behind by Winter Keefe and Cadence Keefe. But right now it is Kara Tucker at the 25-meter mark. She's going to touch the wall first. Right there now is Winter Keefe, who's gained some ground. Who had a great turn, who's narrowed the gap here a little bit. Kara Tucker trying to hang on to first place, but Winter Keefe has given her a push. I don't think there's enough pool left. It looks like it's going to be a Kara Tucker who is going to take first place in this heat. As Winter Keefe gave it everything she had and really closed the gap a little to touch the wall in second, followed behind by Cadence Keefe of the Bluefins in third. Now we move on to heat 2 of 6 of the prelims of the girls 11-12 50-meter backstroke. In lane 2 is Addie Badstock of the Piranhas. Lane 3 is Faith Roberts of the Bluefins. Lane 4 is Lucy Hollett of the Bluefins. And in lane 5 is Jordan Budgell of the Wave Runners. Today there seems to be a lot more swimmers upstairs here, glued to the window, cheering on their teammates. Thank the volunteers for the delivery of cold water, as it is enough to melt you upstairs. Again, so different from a few years ago when there was all the teams were on the deck, all the posters were on the deck. We're screaming and shouting and cheering and clapping and everything in between. I really hope we can find a way to get back to that in some way, shape, or form. As I really think that the setup of live stream is great for us as parents. And this is all about the kids right now, and the kids should be enjoying the true experience of what the provincials are. And like I said, this is not a knock on the Town of Gander or the Provincial Swim Club. I know that there's rules and regulations we have to follow. And they do an amazing job running this event over 3 full days and a full summer of preparation to get ready. I think we have a little bit of a technical issue right now as trying to get an object out of the pool. Slight delay. Looks like now we're ready to start. Again, heat 2 of 6 of the girls 11-12 50-meter backstroke. And again, a credit to everybody we see standing on the deck in red and white shirts, all volunteers. Finally, the girls are in the water. It looks like we're ready to start heat 2 of 6 of the girls 11-12 50-meter backstroke. And we have a clean start.
That's a good start.
And it looks like it is lane number 4 of Lucy Hollett right now, battling it out with Faith Roberts. I think Faith now has just gained some ground and has surpassed Lucy there to take over control of first place. And it looks like it's going to be Faith Roberts touching the wall first, slightly ahead of Lucy Hollett, followed by Addie Badstock and Jordan Budgell. But right now, it is Faith Roberts in the lead in lane 3, followed by Lucy Hollett. It looks like Jordan Budgell is trying to put a push on Addie here now to see if she can move into third place in this heat. But it looks like it is Faith Roberts going to touch the wall ahead of Lucy Hollett. And it looks like Addie Bedstock is going to maintain third place just ahead of Jordan Budgell, who had a fantastic second half to close the gap. Now we move into heat 3 of 6. In lane 1 is Sophie Mercer at the Bay Roberts Sea Lions. Lane 2 is Katie Williams at the Gators. Lane 3 is Georgia Toms at the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Olivia Dix at the Bluefins. Lane 5 is Don Franey at the Sea Lions. And in lane 6 is Madison Dyke. Again, girls 11, 12, 50-meter backstroke. Heat 3 of 6, 2 laps. Lane 1 is on your left. Lane 6 is on your right. It's the exact opposite of what I see when I look out the window. But when I shag up, that's why. Looks like we're down to 5 swimmers as we are in lane 3. So we have a clean start. We have it pretty much even across the board right now, as it looks like it is lane 2 of Katie Williams, slightly ahead of Sophie Mercer and Olivia Dix. Don Franey is keeping up there as well, followed shortly behind by Madison Dyke. But it is lane 2 of Katie Williams touching the wall first. Olivia Dix is right there with her. Now it looks like Don Franey. Battling it out now with Sophie Mercer for third place in this heat. And now it looks like Olivia Dix, first place, touches the wall ahead of Katie Williams. And now it looks like it's Don Franey going to cruise into a third place finish in her heat as she touches the wall ahead of Sophie Mercer and Madison Dyke. Now we move on to heat 4 of 6. So the girls 11, 12, 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Alex Andrews of the Sea Lions. Lane 2, Josie Canning of the Sea Lions. Lane 3 is Carolyn Wells of the Bluefins. Lane 4, Ava Martin of the Sea Lions. Lane 5 is Kinsley Williams of the Gators. And in lane 6 is Leah Butler of the Wave Runners. And we have a clean start, and it looks like it is lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 battling it out right now, which would be Alexander, Josie Canning, Carolyn Wells, and Ava Martin. Right now, it's really too close to tell. It looks like lane number 3 may have the slightest of edges, which is Carolyn Wells, who touches the wall slightly ahead of Josie Canning and Alex Andrews. And now it looks like Carolyn Wells with a great turn has taken first place, but now it is Ava Martin of the Sea Lions in second, and now it's a battle for third between Josie Canning and Alex Andrews. And it looks like it is Ava Martin Carolyn Wells touches the wall first ahead of Josie Canning. Ava Martin, followed by Kinsley Williams, Leah Butler, and Alex Andrews. And we move on to heat 5 of 6. In lane 1 is Emma Hanrahan of the Marylands. Lane 2 is Avery Smith of the Sea Lions. Lane 3 is Peyton Barrett of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Madison Linthorne of the Sea Lions. Lane 5 is Willa Benton of the Sea Lions. And in lane 6 is Molly Brown of the Sea Lions. Good luck, Marylands, as you have 5 Sea Lions against you here in this heat. And we have a clean start, and it looks like a whole bunch of sea lions out there. No, it's lane numbers 2 and 3 right now, which is Avery Smith and Peyton Barrett. It looks like Peyton Barrett has taken the lead. Is going to touch the wall first, followed by Avery Smith, Madison Linthorn, Willa Pettin, and it is Peyton Barrett touching the wall first. Now it is the battle between Avery Smith and Madison Linthorn, with Willa Pettin right there as well. It's going to be Peyton Barrett who's going to touch the wall first. It looks like it is lane number 4 now, who Madison Linthorn is going to touch the wall second, followed by Willa Pettin in third, Avery Smith in fourth, and now we have a battle between Emma Hanrahan and Molly Brown, and it looks like Emma Hanrahan is going to edge out Molly Brown, complete that heat as we move on now to heat 6 of 6. In lane 1, we have Kaylee Osmond of the Bluefins. In lane 2 is Rachel Higgins of the Sea Lions. Lane 3 is Shauna Rowe of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Rebecca Hamilton of the Grand Falls Windsor Gators. Lane 5 is Ava Langdon of the Gators. And in lane 6 is Gracie Harrington of the Sea Lions. This is the last heat of the girls' 11-12 50-meter backstroke. We're moving on to event 30 after this, boys' 11-12 50-meter backstroke. Here we go. We have a clean start, and it looks like now it's a battle between lanes 3 and lane 5, which is Shauna Rowe and Ava Langdon. Lane 2 is right there as well, Rachel Higgins. It looks like right now it is Shauna Rowe and Rachel Higgins battling it out with Rebecca Hamilton are right there as well. Lane 3 has the lead, which is Shauna Rowe. Right now, lane 5 has made a push, which is Ava Langdon. Moved into second place, and it's a battle now between Ava Langdon and Rachel Higgins for second, as it looks like Shauna Rowe is going to try to hang on here, to hang on to over Ava Langdon, and it's going to be too close to tell as Ava Langdon put on a strong push there towards the end to Shauna Rowe, and it looked like it was Rachel Higgins maybe who finished in third. Again, my results are very unofficial and biased as I tend to lean towards the Sea Lion. Now we're going to move on to event 30, boys 11-12 50-meter backstroke. We have 4 heats in this event. In lane 1 is Luke Crane of the Sea Lions. Lane 3 is Jake Hamilton of the Gators. Lane 4 is James Primer of the Wave Runners. And we have a clean start, and it looks like it is lane 1 of Luke Crane. Cruising up the pool ahead of Jake Hamilton and James Primer. Luke Crane having a very strong 25 meters. Looks like he's gaining ground with every stroke. Touches the wall, is heading back for his final 25. It looks like it is Jake Hamilton touching the wall next, followed by James Primer. I see the coach of the Sea Lions pushing Luke on, walking down the pool, encouraging her swimmer. And Luke with a very, very strong swim here in the 50-meter backstroke. Cruises to a first place victory. It looks like now it's going to be Jake Hamilton finishing second, with James Primer having a really good second 25 meters to bring himself up to close to Jake there for third place. Now we move on to heat 2 of 4. In lane 1 is Keegan Harris of the Bluefins. Lane 2 is Alex Huzzy of the Sea Lions. Lane 3 is Jacob Efford of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Luke Morgan of the Sea Lions. Lane 5 is Hayden Carter of the Bluefins. And in lane 6 is Gavin Bennett of the Bluefins. Again, Sea Lions in lanes 2, 3, and 4. Again, the benefit of having your teammates alongside of you is you push yourself to make sure that they don't beat you, which in turn makes everybody race faster. So here we go. Jacob looks left. Jacob looks right. And we have a clean start. And it looks like it is lanes 2 and 3. It looks like it's Jacob Efford in first place right now. Edging out Alex Huzzy. Followed shortly behind by lane 1 of Keegan Harris. But it's going to be Jacob Efford who touches the wall first. Jacob turns back, and now it is Jacob, Alex Huzzy. Luke Morgan is right there as well. Luke Morgan looks like he's moved into second place now. Now it's a battle of second, but this is Jacob's race now to get there. As Jacob's going to take first, but Luke is really putting on a push here in the last 25 meters and is overtaken for second place, and now it's going to be a battle for third between Alex Huzzy and Hayden Carter as Jacob touches the wall first, followed by Luke Morgan, and it looks like it may be Hayden Carter edged out Alex Huzzy, followed behind by Keegan Harris and Gavin Bennett. But young and coming swimming prodigy Jacob Efford takes first in his heat and his first provincial swim meet of his young career. Yesterday he missed out on the finals by 0.21 seconds. So he was pretty determined today to see if he can right the ship and get to the finals here this afternoon. Now we move on to heat number 3 of 4. In lane 1 is Max Colburn of the Sea Lions. Lane 2 is Griffin Mercer of the Sea Lions. Lane 3 is Hudson Pilgrim of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Sam Morrissey of the Sea Lions. Lane 5 is Andre Fitzpatrick of the Marylands. And in lane 6 is Luke Evans of the Wave Runners. Sea Lions with good odds again in this heat. 4 out of the 6 swimmers. And we have a clean start, and it looks like it is lane number 4 right now of Sam Morrissey. And Griffin Mercer is putting on a push as well with Hudson Pilgrim right there. Followed right behind them by Max Colburn. But it looks like it's Sam Morrissey who's going to touch the wall first. Sam touches the wall first, and it's between Sam and Hudson and Griffin Mercer here. We have a 3-way battle for first place. As we watch Max Colburn and Andre Fitzpatrick and Luke Evans. Now, who is going to touch the wall first? It looks like Hudson has overtaken him with about 10 meters to go, and now it looks like it's Hudson who's going to touch the wall first, and it looks like it's Hudson. Edges out Sam Morrissey, followed right behind him by Griffin Mercer, and now it looks like fourth place is going to go to Andre Fitzpatrick, followed by Max Colburn and Luke Evans. A couple of great lead changes in that heat. Now we move on to heat 4-4. Boys, 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Charlie Dawson of the Sea Lions. Lane 2 is Miguel Davignon of the Piranhas. In lane 3 is Neil Hardy of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Preston Sims of the Sea Lions. Lane 5 is Ethan Pike of the Marlins. And in lane 6 is Mason Patey of the Bluefins. This is Neil Hardy's signature swim. We have a clean race, and it looks like Neil. He's very smooth backstroke. Looks very relaxed in first place there as he cruises up the pool. Now it's a battle between Miguel and Preston Sims. Neil Hardy touches the wall first. Looks like Preston has just edged out Miguel right now. And it's Neil Hardy cruising down the pool here. Has about a body length lead ahead of Preston Sims, who's taken into second place. And it looks like it's going to be Neil Hardy first, Preston Sims second, Miguel third. And it looks like it is a lane 5 of Ethan Pike. Fourth, followed behind by Charlie Dawson and Mason of the Bluefins. Now we move on to event 31, girls 13, 14, 50-meter backstroke. We have 5 heats. In lane 2 is Isabel Spencer of the Marlins. In lane 3 is Haley Hooper of the Marlins. And in lane number 4 is Jordan Dobson of the Gators. And it looks like we just have swimmers in lanes 3 and 4. So it looks like it's Haley Hooper and Jordan Dobson. And we have a clean start, and it looks like right now it is lane 4, who is Jordan Dobson, has pulled ahead of Haley Hooper there. And it's Jordan Dobson who's going to touch the wall first at the 25-meter mark. But Haley working to keep Haley in her sights. Here's Jordan, well in control of this heat now, and it looks like it's going to be a Jordan Dobson finishing first in heat 1 of 5. And it looks like Haley had a technical issue with her cap or her glasses, and unfortunately is unable to finish, which I'm sure is disappointing. But at the end of the day, great credit to all these swimmers for just coming out, giving it their all. And on a number of times, especially in backstroke, a number of the kids sometimes take in water on their turn. That could be the issue as well. The coaches are down there now talking to her. She seems to be okay. Looks like an asthma puffer, so again, a number of issues could happen, but these kids push each other extremely hard. My swimming consists of swimming to a swim-up bar and a resort in Mexico, so I do not dream of swimming 50, 25, or 100 meters in any stroke. So here we go. We're moving on to heat 2 of 5. In lane 3 is Autumn Williams of the Gators. Lane 4 is Savannah Keefe of the Bluefins. And in lane 5 is Alexis Burden of the Dolphins. And we have a clean start. And it looks like it is lane number 3 of Autumn Williams battling it out with Alexis Burden right now. And it looks like Alexis Burden may have caught up to her. And it looks like Alexis is going to touch the wall slightly ahead of Autumn Williams, followed by Savannah Keefe. But it is Alexis Burden now trying to hang on as Autumn Williams is putting on a push here. But it looks like Alexis is just too strong, and she's going to hang on to her first place lead here as she will touch the wall first in this heat, followed behind by Autumn Williams, then Savannah Keefe. Now we'll get ready for heat 3 of 5 of the girls' 13-14 50-meter backstroke. In lane 2 is Allie Hamlin of the Gators. In lane 3 is Sophie McGraw of Maryland's. In lane 4 is Callie Morgan of the Sea Lions. Lane 5 is Kirsten Barrett of the Sea Lions. And in lane 6 is Holly Parsons of the Gators. I guess my pleas for a fan were heard as volunteers put one behind me. If it sounds like I'm in a wind tunnel, perfect. Here we go. We have a clean start here. And it looks like it is lane number 3 here of Sophie McGraw, followed closely behind by Allie Hamlin and Callie Morgan. But it is Sophie McGraw touching the wall first, followed by Allie Hamlin and then Callie Morgan in third. This one is Sophie McGraw right now all the way. But Callie Morgan is putting on a huge push here. Now, can she catch up for second place? And it looks like she may have. And Callie Morgan with an extremely strong second half here. Second 25 touches the wall ahead of Allie Hamlin. To take second place, Allie in third. Kristen Barrett followed by Holly Parsons. Now we move on to heat 4 of 5. In lane 1 is Lucy Budgell of the Bluefins. In lane 2 is Janie Linfield of the Gators. Lane 3 is Ella Ackerman of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Grace Bradbury of the Marylands. Lane 5 is Bridget Ha of the Sea Lions. Lane 6 is Jael Groth of the Bluefins. Again, event 31, girls 13-14 50-meter backstroke, heat 4 of 5. Lane 1 is on your left. Lane 6 is on your right. And we have a clean start, and it looks like it is lane numbers 3 and 4 right now, which is Ella Ackerman and Grace Bradbury bat-legged out for first place. It looks like it's Ella who may have a slight lead over Grace. Lane 2 is right there as well of Janie Linfield, but it's Ella Ackerman touching the wall slightly ahead of Grace Bradbury. But now Jenny Linfield is putting on a push as well, and it looks like now is that Grace Bradbury has overtaken Ella Ackerman, and now Ella Ackerman is hanging on here for second, as it looks like Grace Bradbury is going to touch the wall first, Ella Ackerman second, and now it's Janie Linfield, followed shortly behind her by Bridget Ha. Then it is Lucy Budgell, followed by Jael Groth. Now we move into the final heat of girls 13-14 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Charlotte Bombas of the Grand Falls Windsor Gators. Lane 2 is Regan Walsh of the Marylands. Lane 3 is Leah Reed of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Cadence Culpepper of the Bluefins. Lane 5 is Paige Cormier of the Sea Lions. And in lane 6 is Adriana Ducey of the Gators. You remember Leah Reed was one of the swimmers that had to have a swim-off yesterday to get into, to see who got into the girls 13-14 50-meter freestyle final. That was a race that was too close to call, as two girls were actually tied for 6th place. They had to have a swim. The first time I've seen it. So anyway, guessing Leah's determined here as she's flying up the pool in the first 25 and has the lead in lane 3. And now it's a battle between lanes 4 and lanes 2 of Regan Walsh and Cadence Culpepper. And Cadence Culpepper is putting on a push on Leah, and it looks like the two of them touched the wall first. Now it's who got the strength in the last 25. And it's Leah Reed and Cadence Culpepper. And it looks like it's lane 1 of Charlotte Bombas has moved into 3rd place here. followed right behind by Paige Cormier right now. But it looks like it was Cadence Culpepper who's caught up and surpassed Leah Reed, as Leah Reed is going to touch second. But now Paige Cormier has came out of nowhere here, and it looks like Paige Cormier is going to touch the wall in third place, slightly ahead of Charlotte Bombas, with Regan Walsh and Adriana Ducey right behind. But Paige Cormier had an unbelievable final 25 to surpass Charlotte Bombas to move into third place. Now we move on to event number 32, boys 13-14, 50-meter backstroke. We have 3 heats in this event. In lane 2 is William Evans of the Marylands. In lane 3 is Michael Hiscock of the Wave Runners. Lane 4 is Smith Brockway of the Sea Lions. And in lane 5 is Kobe Chapman of the Bluefins. It looks like we have everybody ready to go. Again, boys 13-14, 50-meter backstroke, heat 1 of 3. And we have a clean start, and it looks like it is lane number 3 of Michael Hiscock right now with the lead, slightly ahead of William Evans and Smith Brockway. But it's Michael Hiscock right now who touches the wall first. It looks like it's going to be Smith Brockway touches second, followed right behind by William Evans and Kobe Chapman. But right now it's Michael Hiscock who's going to cruise to a first place finish, and it looks like Smith Brockway has taken control for second, as Kobe Chapman now is putting on a push for William Evans to see if he can get third in this heat. Kobe Chapman with a very strong back 25 just could not catch up, as it looks like he lost his goggles, which may have played a factor, as I know it's a major distraction when the goggles come down off your face. Now we move on to heat 2 of 3, boys 13-14, 50-meter. In lane 2 is John Lynch of the Wave Runners. Lane 3 is Ashton Parsons of the Bluefins. Lane 4 is Ethan Pitcher of the Gators. And in lane 5 is Ryder Pinkston of the Bluefins. And it looks like we have a clean start, and it looks like all 4 right now are right in the mix here now, but it looks like it is lanes 2, 3, and 4 are pulling slightly ahead here now. That would be John Ashton and Ethan Pitcher right now, and it looks like all 3 kind of touched the wall first, but now it looks like off the turn, it looks like Ashton Parsons with an unbelievable turn is taking control of the race, and now it's a battle now between John Lynch and Ethan Pitcher to try to catch up. It looks like Ethan Pitcher is trying, but there's no way he is going to catch Ashton Parsons. As Ashton touches the wall first, followed by Ethan Pitcher, John Lynch. Right behind them is Ryder Pinkston. Now we move on to the final heat of the boys 13-14, 50-meter backstroke. In lane 2 is Ryan Norman of the Sea Lions. In lane 3 is Austin Morgan of the Sea Lions. In lane 4 is Luca Davignon of the Piranhas. And in lane 5 is Dawson Poole of the Gators. Next up is event 33, girls 15-16, 100-meter backstroke. 4 laps. We're closing in on the morning session of day 2 of the Gander Summer Club Provincial Championships. And we have a clean start, and it looks like it is lane number 3 and 4 right now, which would be Austin Morgan and Luca Davignon. And it looks like it is Austin Morgan now is taking the lead. Austin's taking the lead over Luca, and it's a battle now for third between Ryan Norman and Dawson Poole. And it looks like it is Austin Morgan with an unbelievable turn, took control of the race, and it looks like he's going to cruise into first place, followed by Luca Davignon. Now it looks like in third place will be Dawson Pools of the Gators, followed right behind him by Ryan Norman of the Sea Lions. Here we go, event 33, girls 1600 meter backstroke. 4 heats in this event. In lane 2 is Sarah Young of the Dolphins. Lane 3 is a Brooklyn Keefe of the Bluefins, and in lane 4 is Jada Diamond of the Dolphins. And here we go. It looks like we have a clean start. It looks like with a great dive off the block, it looks like it is Jada Diamond maintaining control of first place, followed by Sarah Young and Brooklyn Keefe in third there, but it looks like it is Jada Diamond now taking control of this race and staying in the first, but now it's going to be a battle for second as Brooklyn Keefe and Sarah Young are battling it out here. As Jada Diamond cruises to the wall first, it looks like it's going to be Sarah Young who's going to hang on here as Brooklyn tries to put on that push, but Sarah Young going to touch the wall, and oh, that's right, we're at 100 meters, so we got 2 more laps to go. So Jada Diamond now has just expanded her lead. And it looks like now it is Sarah Young is in second as Brooklyn Keefe may have taken in some water. Doesn't look like she will complete the race, unfortunately, and I know it's disappointing for her, but at the end of the day, I know teammates are proud for all the hard work that goes into just getting here at the end of the day. And it looks like it's going to be a Jada Diamond touching the wall first, followed by Sarah Young. They're getting her out of the pool. Very lucky that I know many of these volunteers on site. I know one of them who's down there now is actually a doctor attending to her. Don't think it's anything too serious. Like I said, it could be overexertion or taking in water, but I'm sure she's getting the best care she can get right now. Now we're going to move on to heat 2 of 4 of the girls 1600 meter. 4 laps. Abigail Hayes of the Bluefins in lane 1. Jenna White, Bluefins lane 2. Bridget Bishop, lane 3 of the Sea Lions. Emma Caravan of the Gators in lane 4, and Laura Caraville of the Wave Runners in lane 5. And we are off, and it looks like we have a clean start. And it looks like now it's a battle between lanes 2, 3, and 4. It looks like Bridget Bishop is edging her way up there now in lane 3 of the Sea Lions. She's taking the lead slightly ahead of Jenna White in lane 2. Followed right behind them is Emma Caravan in lane 4. And after 25 meters, it is Bridget Bishop holding on to her lead here, but it's a battle now between Jenna White and Emma Caravan, who are trying to close the gap. And Laura Carville is right there as well. Abigail Hayes is working her way up in the 25 meters. Bridget touches the wall, moving into the 75-meter mark now. But Emma Caravan is right there still. Emma Caravan and Jenna White. I think Bridget may have gained some separation there in the 75-meter turn. We get ready now for the final lap here. Bridget touches the wall, heads down, and now it's a battle for second place. As it looks like it's between Jenna White and Emma Caravan. Laura Carville and Abigail Hayes trying to stay in the mix, but it's Bridget Bishop who is taking control of the race. Now it's a battle for second between Jenna White and Emma Caravan. And it looks like it is lane number 4 as Bridget Bishop touches the wall first, and it looks like Emma Caravan in lane 4 edges out Jenna White, but a very strong back 25 meters by Laura Carville. Followed right behind them now is Abigail Hayes, but a great race by Laura Carville in the last 25 meters. Now we move on to heat 3 of 4. In lane 1 is Marley Warren of the Bluefins. Lane 3 is Marissa Dawson of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Olivia Sparks of the Bluefins, and in lane 5 is Hannah Chapman of the Bluefins. Good luck, Marissa. You're surrounded by Bluefins in this heat. But knowing Marissa Dawson, she's not going to take. She's not too worried about any bluefin to the left or to the right of her. And we have a clean start, and it looks like it's a battle now looks like Marissa Dawson has taken the lead here over Olivia Sparks at the moment, and it's Marissa Dawson who looks like is going to touch the wall slightly ahead of Olivia Sparks and Marley Warren, and it's Marissa touching the wall slightly ahead of Olivia. Looks like Olivia had a great turn. Looks like she's gained some ground on Marissa, and it looks like it's Olivia now who may have a slight lead over Marissa Dawson here at the end of the day as they move in to the 50-meter mark now. And it's very close between Marissa Dawson and Olivia Sparks, and it's very close between Marley Warren and Hannah Chapman as well for third. And it looks like now it's Marissa Dawson who may have the slight edge over Olivia Sparks we're into the 75 meters of this race. And it looks like Marissa Dawson here now may have gained a little bit of ground here on Olivia Sparks as we get ready now to move into the final 25 meters of this 100-meter backstroke. Who has it? And it looks like Marissa Dawson now is starting to take control of the race. And it looks like it's going to be Marissa Dawson, the lone sea lion in the pool, takes first place in the heat over Olivia Sparks in a fantastic race by two swimmers there. As Marley Warren looks like it's going to be Hannah Chapman, who's going to edge out Marley Warren for third place in the heat, but an unbelievable race by Marissa Dawson and Olivia Sparks. Now we move into the final heat of the girls' 15-1600 meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Sarah Campbell of the Gators. In lane 2 is Amy Evans of the Marlins. In lane 3 is Julia Dawson of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Kaylee Tucker of the Dolphins. Lane 5 is Kaylee Flynn of the Sea Lions. And in lane 6 is Eve Penny of the Dolphins. And I got to give a shout out to my daughter here in lane 5, who's extremely nervous as this is her first time doing the backstroke in the provincials. And this is her swim to go out, have a bit of fun. And I told her, I said, don't drown. It's the only expectation we have here at the end of the day. But she's been a sea lion since she's been about 6, and this is the one box she wanted to check off. They say that she'd done every stroke at a provincial championship, so this is the year she decided to take on the backstroke. She's in the pool with some powerhouse swimmers here, like Julia Dawson here now, and Amy Evans, Kaylee Tucker. And we have a clean start, and it looks like it is Julia Dawson in first place, followed behind by Kaylee Tucker. And it looks like it's Kaylee Flynn and Amy Evans battling it out. Julie touches the wall first. Kaylee Tucker. It looks like it's Kaylee and Amy Evans for third, followed by Sarah Campbell. There's Julia Dawson in first place right now. Kaylee Tucker in second, and now it's a battle of third between Amy Evans and Kaylee Flynn. And it's Julia Dawson touches the wall first, but Kaylee Tucker has gained a lot of ground here. Julia again with the great turn, and it's Kaylee Flynn touching the wall in third place. Moves into the 75-meter mark. Kaylee in third, hanging on, trying to keep up with Amy Evans. And as Amy Evans putting on a strong push here at the 75-meter mark, and as Julia Dawson now has gained some separation between her. As Julia Dawson touches the wall first, and now it is Kaylee Tucker. And now it looks like Amy Evans is overtaking Kaylee Flynn in the last. Here we go for the last 25 meters. And as Julia Dawson's going to touch the wall first. Kaylee Tucker second. Can Kaylee Flynn catch Amy Evans for third as she's trying hard here? Not sure if she has enough pull to do it, but she is putting on her best. And it looks like it's going to be... Looks like it was Kaylee Flynn who may have edged out Amy Evans, but again, I'm biased, and that's my daughter, so that's who I'm going to call as in third place. But yesterday I was wrong by 21 hundredths of a second, so we'll see how it goes. But again, a great race by all swimmers. Great race, Julia Dawson. Shout out to my daughter, Kaylee, for checking the last box on her strokes at provincial championships. As we move on now to event 34, boys 15, 16, 100-meter backstroke. Two heats. In lane 2 is Nathan Poole of the Gators. In lane 3 is Philip Olford of the Gators. In lane 4 is Cameron Sanders of the Bluefins. And in lane 5 is Caden Blanchard of the Bluefins. Boys 15, 16, 100-meter backstroke, 4 laps. Lane 1 is on your left, lane 6 is on your right. As we move on through the deeper into the backstroke, swimmers get bigger and stronger and faster. And here we go, lane number 3. It looks like Cameron Saunders jumps out to a lead, but it's a battle now between all 3 remaining swimmers for second place. It looks like Cameron Saunders is desperately trying to hang on at the first 25-meter mark. Cameron Saunders touches the wall first. Looks like it is lane number 2 of Philip Olford second. Followed right behind them by Nathan Poole and Caden Blanchard. But it's Cameron Saunders now and Philip Olford battling it out now for first place. And at the 50-meter mark, it's going to be extremely close here as they touch the wall to get ready to start the third 25 meters. And it is Cameron Saunders, Philip Olford, Nathan Poole, Caden Blanchard. It looks like it's Caden now slightly ahead of Nathan in third place. But it's Cameron Saunders trying to hang on here. As Philip Olford is giving him a run for his money, but it looks like it's going to be Cameron Saunders touching the wall, heading back down for the final 25 meters. It's Cameron Saunders, Philip Olford. Philip is putting on a strong push here now in the final 25 and is gaining ground with every stroke. Will Philip catch him? And it looks like Philip may catch Cameron Saunders, who's led for this whole race. And it looks like it may way too close to call. I'm not sure if Cameron saw Philip Coleman at the last second and gave that extra push. But either way, what an outstanding final 25 by Philip Olford. As we see Caden Blanchard touch the wall for third, followed right behind him by Nathan Poole. But Philip Olford came out of nowhere there in the last 25 meters. I'm not sure, but if he caught Cameron, but if he didn't, he gave Cameron a good scare as Cameron saw him coming up. Now we move on to heat 2 of 2. In lane number 1 is Ben Lunscombe with the Gators. In lane 2 is Jack Hardy of the Sea Lions. Lane 3 is Chase Morgan of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Ryan Sims of the Sea Lions. And in lane 5 is Marcus Daw of the Sea Lions. Again, 4 Sea Lions and a Gator. This is Chase Morgan's swim here. It's a very strong backstroke. Looks like it's Chase Morgan now is in first place here. Holding off Ben Lumscombe, Jack Hardy, and Ryan Sims. With Marcus Daw right there as well, but as Chase Morgan touching the wall first, it looks like it was Ben Lunscombe just ahead of Ryan Sims and Jack Hardy. But it's Chase Morgan now into the 50 meters portion of the swim. Seems to be gaining his lead, but it's battle now for second between Ben Lunscombe and Ryan Sims in lane 4. And Chase touches the wall, heads down for the 75-meter mark. And now it looks like it's Ben slightly ahead of Ryan for third. And Ben with a great turn gained some space between him and Ryan. Now it's a battle between Marcus Daw and Jack Hardy for fourth place in this. Looks like it is Chase Morgan all the way as he touches the wall, moves into the final 25. Now it's Ben touching the wall second, followed by Ryan third. And now it's a battle between Marcus Daw and Jack Hardy. And it looks like it's Chase Morgan going to cruise to a victory here in the heat 2 of 2 of the boys 1600 meter. As Chase took control of this race right from the dive. And now it's Ben who's going to touch the wall second as Ryan tried to put on a final push. Just never had enough pool to get there. And it looks like it's Marcus Daw who's going to touch the wall slightly ahead of Jack Hardy as we finish off the boys 1600 meter backstroke. Now we move on to event 35, girls 1800 meter backstroke. 2 heats. In lane 2 is Maggie Crisby of the Dolphins. Lane 3 is Olivia Dyke of the Sea Lions. And in lane 4 is Haley Pitcher of the Sharks. Haley? Here we go. We have, I think it's probably only going to be 2 heats left before the dinner break here now. So it looks like, here we go. Heat 1 of 2, girls 1800 meter. Maggie Crisby, Olivia Dyke, and Haley Piercy. 3 swim teams battling it out here. And it looks like it is, all 3 are right there with each other right now. It looks like it may be Maggie Crisby may have the slightest of leads over Olivia Dyke and Haley Piercy. But all 3 pretty much touched the wall at the same time at the 25-meter mark. And it looks like Haley Piercy may have gained some ground on that turn there. And again, it's all 3 here are neck and neck as they come down at the 50-meter mark. As no one is taking control of this race just yet. It looks like it may be Olivia Dyke may have the slightest of leads now. And it looks like it's Olivia touches the wall, followed by Haley, followed by Maggie. But there's still 50 meters of this race to swim yet. And it looks like Olivia Dyke has started to gain some separation between her and the rest of the field. But now it's a battle between Haley Piercy and Maggie Crisby. As the final 25 usually determines everything here. And Olivia Dyke makes the turn, hits the wall, and now it is Haley Piercy touches the wall second. And it's Maggie Crisby who has it in him in the final 25 meters to make that extra push. I know Maggie's putting on a push strong. Does Haley have enough in her to get her to the final 25 meters? And it looks like it's Olivia Dyke. Looks like Haley Piercy with a great turn at the 75-meter mark gained enough space to hold on to second place ahead of Maggie Crisby. But again, a great race as there was no separation up until the 75-meter mark of that race. Now we move on to heat 2 of 2. The girls 1800 meter backstroke. In lane 2 is Chelsea Keogh at the Bluefins. Lane 3 is Jenna Olford at the Gators. Lane 4 is Madeline Ackerman at the Sea Lions. And in lane 5 is Gabrielle Hayes at the Bluefins. Get ready now for looks like the final heat of the morning, as I would imagine with two swimmers in boys 17, 18. Let's make that the final race. Finals in their provincials. So in lane 2 is Chelsea Keogh and the Bluefins. Lane 3 is Jenna Olford. Lane 4 is Madeline Akerman. And lane 5 is Gabrielle Hayes. And they are off, and it looks like it is lane number 3 of Jenna Olford, who has the lead slightly ahead of Madeline Akerman and Chelsea Keogh, with Gabrielle Hayes right there as well. But it is Jenna Olford who touches the wall first, just ahead of Chelsea Keogh, who's just ahead of Madeline Akerman. But again, there's a lot of swimming left in this 100-meter prelim race yet. And it looks like Madeline Akerman now may have moved into second place, just ahead of Chelsea Keogh, as there's a lot of lead changes in a 100-meter race. And it looks like it is Jenna Olford touching the wall first, but it's definitely Madeline Akerman touching the wall ahead of Chelsea Keogh for second. Followed right behind her is Gabrielle Hayes now, trying to do everything to stay in this race. And it looks like it is Jenna Olford taking control here with a very strong turn, gains more ground down every turn. And here we are into the final 25 meters of this race now. And it is Jenna Olford cruising to first. It's Madeline Akerman now is going to try to put on a push here and is going to gain some ground on Chelsea Keogh, who's doing everything to try to catch up, but I don't think she can do it, as Jenna Olford now cruises to first. It looks like it's Madeline Akerman going to finish in second. Followed right behind her is Chelsea Keogh and Gabrielle Hayes. And it looks like I do not see any swimmers on the blocks for the boys, so I'm assuming that those two will just use this race as the final race. The finals at the back. Looks like we're going to be breaking for lunch. Hold on to just confirm that, as like I said again, I do not see any swimmers from the window here. And it looks like the judges are getting up ready to leave. So it looks like there's a 19-minute lunch break, I'm thinking. After lunch, it's the butterfly and backstroke finals, the IM event, and the freestyle relay. Some very exciting races coming this afternoon, where I'll be joining you. So I'm guessing we'll be starting. I would log on around 1:15 and see where we stand, but it looks like it's a 19-minute break here. Thank you very much. All right, welcome everybody back to the afternoon portion of day 2 of the 2023 Summer Club Provincial Championships. We're moving in now to the girls 9, 10, 25 meter butterfly finals. Right now we have in lane 1 Tony Rose of the St. Anthony Dolphins. In lane 2 is Ava Andrews of the Sea Lions. In lane 3 is Ava Parsons of the Sea Lions. In lane 4 is Paige Dobson of the Gators. In lane 5 is Quinn Pinkston of the Bay Robert Sea Lions. And in lane 6 is Sky Keefe of the Bluefins. And Ava Parsons, the summer record here for this swim is 17.34, set way back in 1991 by Suzanne Snow. And Ava Parsons is coming into this swim with a time of 17.53. So there's a very realistic chance here that Ava Parsons set another summer club record. I think would be her second now, as I believe she held the summer club record in freestyle yesterday. And I know it's been a goal of hers. We've watched her training at the Bay Roberts pool, and she's a determined young woman when she and a very strong athlete. So I'm sure that's what she has in mind, is a provincial record here. Unfortunately, I won't know that time until later on this afternoon when they post it. But with so many of these records standing the test of time, it's really fun when you see somebody have a legitimate shot at breaking a provincial record. Again, the order of today is going to be the butterfly finals, the backstroke finals, the IM, and then the freestyle relays. So we have a lot of swimming to do this afternoon. Oh, I don't. They do. And I'm sure it'll be coming fast and furious. So stay tuned for an exciting afternoon of fast-paced swimming here. So here we go. Looks like we're getting ready to start now. Our girls 9, 10, 25 meter butterfly. And again, lane 1 is Tony Rose of the Dolphins. Ava Andrews of the Sea Lions. Ava Parsons of the Sea Lions. Paige Dobson of the Gators. Quinn Pinkston of the Sea Lions. Sky Keefe of the Bluefins. Lane 1 is on your left. Lane 6 is on your right. Ava Parsons with a seed time, preliminary time of 17.53. Less than a quarter of a second off the provincial record. And right on her heels is Paige Dobson at 19.56. And again, it's the final, so you never know who's going to step up to the plate here and have the swim of their life. Who's going to be reigning supreme as 9, 10, 25 meter butterfly champs. What's neat about the finals, they always announce the swimmers before they get ready to get into the pool. So you see everybody doing a hand clap. And again, it's Ava Parsons in lane 3, who we will be watching intently to see if she can break that provincial record. And we have a clean start. And it's Ava who's out front, ahead of Paige Dobson. And it's Ava Parsons having a very strong swim here. But is it enough to break a provincial record? She touches the wall first. right behind Paige Dobson, and looks like it's going to be Ava Andrews touching the wall for third place. Followed behind by Tony Rose, Sky Keefe, and Quinn Pinkston. So we have two Sea Lions finishing 1 and 3. With Paige Dobson of the Gators in between in second place. Now we move on to the boys 9-10 25-meter butterfly final. In lane 1 is Charlie Tobin of the Marlins. In lane 2 is Rogan Duty of the Sea Lions. In lane 3 is Benjamin Pelly of the Bluefins. In lane 4 is Evan McGraw of the Marlins. In lane 5 is Blake Noseworthy of the Sea Lions. And in lane 6 is Joel Seymour of the Bay Robber Sea Lions. The record for the 25-meter butterfly was set way back in 1999 by Bradford Saunders at a time of 17:94. The closest seed time we have here is Benjamin Pelly at 22:06. Again, boys, 9-10, 25-meter butterfly final. One lap of the pool. Lane 1 is on the left of your screen. Lane 6 is on your right. And we have a clean start. And it looks like we have lanes 3 and 4, which is Benjamin Pelly and Rogan Duty. It looks like it's Benjamin Pelly in lane 3 who has the lead here now. And in lane 4, it is Evan McGraw is going to touch the wall second. The third would be a Rogan Duty. It looks like Rogan Duty touches the wall third for the Sea Lions, followed shortly behind by Charlie Tobin, Blake Noseworthy, and Joel Seymour. Now we move on to event 17, girls 11-12, 50-meter butterfly final. This is 2 laps. In lane 1 is Callie Blanchard of the Bluefins. In lane 2 is Abigail Wiseman of the Marlins. In lane 3 is Carly Chapman of the Bluefins. In lane 4 is Addison Wells of the Wave Runners. In lane 5 is Shauna Rowe of the Bay Robber Sea Lions. And in lane 6 is Rachel Higgins. And this record is set by Georgia Elliott, who we've actually seen in the pool, who's here this weekend. Set back in 2021 with a time of 38:03. Our closest seed time is Carly Chapman of the Bluefins with a time of 41.60. So it's not out of the realm of possibility. But it's still 3 seconds, and 3 seconds in a pool is a lifetime. We get set now as the judges switch sides, as this is 2 laps. Again, event 17, girls 11-12, 50-meter butterfly, 2 laps. Let's see who's going to hold the title of girls 11-12 butterfly champion. In lane 1 is Callie Blanchard of the Bluefins. In lane 2, Abigail Wiseman of the Marlins. In lane 3 is Carly Chapman of the Bluefins. Lane 4 is Addison Wells of the Wave Runners. In lane 5 is Shauna Rowe of the Sea Lions. And in lane 6 is Rachel Higgins of the Sea Lions. Lane 1 is on your left of the screen. Lane 6 is to your right. And we have a clean start, and it looks like there's some activity up here in the viewing area as all the swimmers are in the window now screaming and shouting, and it looks like it is lane number 3 of Carly Chapman now. Hanging on, trying to keep away Abigail Wiseman, who's right on her tail. 2 of them touch the wall first. It looks like it's Addison Wells who touches in third place. And now it is Carly Chapman Addison Wells and Abigail Wiseman, but it looks like it's Carly Chapman who has the lead, with Abigail Wiseman in second place. But Addison Wells is putting on a push. It's Carly Chapman, and it looks like it's going to be a close finish, but it looks like it may have been Abigail Wiseman just ahead of Addison Wells, followed behind by Shauna Rowe. Then it is Kelly Blanchard and Rachel Higgins. Now we move on now to the boys 11-12 50-meter butterfly. In lane 1 is Hudson Pilgrim at the Sea Lions. In lane 2 is Caleb Whalen at the Bluefins. In lane 3 is Hayden Vokey at the Wave Runners. In lane 4 is Alex London at the Wave Runners. Lane 5 is William Carter of the Gators. And in lane 6 is Ashton Higdon of the Bluefins. The record for this was set back in 2014 by Alexander Kataforis. Betcha I never came close to pronouncing that one right. And his time was 37.42 back in 2014. Our closest seed time is 46.12, so that's almost a 10-second spread. And that's by Hayden Vokey. So usually in the finals, you'll see the two fastest seed times will get lanes 3 and 4. I guess the pavement's a little smoother in those two lanes. And we have a false start. Looks like some people are a little anxious to get going here. Now all these swimmers have to get out of the pool and reset.
I wasted so much energy.
Looks like the judge is talking to lane 2.
It was Caleb.
They're all trying to get the slightest of advantages. Those little half seconds, anywhere they can gain them now. Here we go, boys. 11-12, 50-meter butterfly. Finals here. And now we have a clean start, and it looks like it is lane number 3, which is Hayden Vokey, followed closely behind by Caleb Whalen, and Hudson Pilgrim is right there as well, fighting for second. Followed right behind him is Alex London, and it's Hayden Vokey touches the wall first. Followed right behind him is Caleb Whalen. And it looks like Alex London may have gained some ground on Hudson Pilgrim at the turn. And it looks like it's going to be Hayden Vokey. But now it looks like Alex London may have caught up to Caleb Whalen. But it is Hayden Vokey touches the wall, and it looks like it may have been Alex London. May have just edged out Caleb Whalen. With William Carter, followed by Hudson Pilgrim and Ashton Higdon. Again, my results are very unofficial, and it's only how I can see things over the top of the glass here. We're moving on to event 19, girls 13-14 50-meter butterfly. In lane 1 is Leslie Howell of the Gators. In lane 2 is Grace Bradbury of the Marylands. In lane 3 is Georgia Elliott of the Bluefins. In lane 4 is Olivia French of the Sea Lions. In lane 5 is Sophie McGrath of the Marylands. And in lane 6 is Emma Milley of the Bluefins. And this record is actually set by the swimmer who is in lane 3, Georgia Elliott, back last year with a time of 34:59. So she's entering this year with her seed time of 36:16. Right on her heels is Olivia French at 38 and Grace Bradbury at 39. So this should be a very interesting race. I'm sure Georgia's goal is to try to beat her own provincial record. And I know Olivia French's goal is to beat Georgia Elliott. And it may just take a provincial record to do that. Two laps, 50 meters. And it's Georgia Elliott out front with Olivia French right on her tail. Grace Bradbury is right there as well. But is Georgia Elliott going to touch the wall first? It is Olivia French right behind her, followed by Grace Bradbury. But it's Georgia Elliott. Olivia French is doing everything to try to keep up, but Georgia Elliott is just so powerful through the water. She is going to take this race in first place, and it looks like it's Olivia who's in second. Now to battle this for third, and it looks like it should be Grace Bradbury. Edges out Sophia McGrath, followed behind by Leslie Howell and Emma Milley. Now we're moving on to event 20, boys 13-14, 50-meter butterfly. In lane 1 is Caden Ives of the Wave Runners. In lane 2 is Rylan White of the Bluefins. In lane 3 is Nathan Dean of the Wave Runners. In lane 4 is Ashton Parsons of the Bluefins. In lane 5 is Luca Davignon of the Piranhas. And in lane 6 is Smith Brockway of the Sea Lions. The provincial record for this swim was set back in 2016 by Nathan Shears at a time of 30:10. Our fastest seed time going in is Nathan Dean of the Wave Runners with a seed time of 33:75. And we have a clean start. And it looks like it's Nathan Dean and Ashton Parsons. It is Nathan Dean who's in charge of this race right now as he touches the wall at the 25-meter mark. Followed right behind him is Ashton Parsons, followed by Rylan White. Trying to stay in this race is Luca Davignon. But it is Nathan Dean. There's just not enough pool there for Ashton Parsons to catch him. It is Nathan Dean at first, Ashton Parsons second, and it looks like it was a Rylan White edging out Luca for third place. Followed right behind him is Caden Ives and Smith Brockway. Now we move on to event 21, girls 15-16, 50-meter butterfly. In lane 1 is Amy Evans of the Marlins. In lane 2 is Haley Ralph of the Grand Bank Sharks. In lane 3 is Julia Dawson of the Sea Lions. Lane 4, Olivia Sparks of the Bluefins. Lane 5 is Abby Wells of the Bluefins. And in lane 6 is Jenna White of the Bluefins. And again, my bias commentating caught me wrong when Amy Evans edged out my beautiful daughter, Kaylee, in the preliminary rounds. As, again, it was her first time swimming. No, this is butterfly. So she didn't even swim the butterfly. That's the backstroke. But Amy Evans edged her out there, too, in the backstroke, I think. So anyway, now we're going to move on. Girls 15-16, 50-meter butterfly. Who's going to be the provincial champ for 2023? And they're in the water. We have a clean start. It's Julia Dawson hanging on there just ahead of Haley Ralph and Olivia Sparks. And it's Julia Dawson here in first place here now in the butterfly, and Olivia Sparks is trying to put on a push, but Julia gained some ground on the turn, and it's going to be Julia Sparks who's going to touch the wall first, but Olivia Sparks, and in third place, I think it went to lane number 5, which would have been Abby Wells. But again, it was extremely close between all swimmers of Abby Wells, Haley Ralph, Amy Evans, and Jenna White, where any one of those can be named third place. Now we're going to move on to the boys 15-16, 50-meter butterfly. In lane number 2 is Noah Dawson of the Sea Lions. In lane number 3 is Benjamin Groth of the Bluefins. In lane 4 is Charlie Dawson of the Sea Lions. And in lane 5 is Caden Blanchard of the Bluefins. The record for this swim was set way back in 2018 by Nathan Shears at a time of 29:05. Benjamin Groth has the fastest sea time at a 31:12. And we have a clean start, and it looks like it's lane number 2, which is Noah Dawson, and Benjamin Groth with Charlie Seymour right there as well. Benjamin had a great turn. Now it's Benjamin, Charlie, and Noah. Benjamin Groth just powering his way through the pool. And it looks like it's going to be Benjamin Groth, but Charlie Seymour has moved into second place. And as Benjamin touches the wall first, Charlie second, Noah third, with Caden Blanchard strong showing in fourth place. Now we move on to girls 17-18 50-meter butterfly. In lane 1 is Haley Piercy of the Grand Bank Sharks. In lane 2 is Sienna Chapman of the Bluefins. In lane 3 is Lily Saunders of the Bluefins. In lane 4 is Jessica Mercer of the Sea Lions. In lane 5 is Olivia Dyke of the Sea Lions. And in lane 6 is Jillian Coates of the Wave Runners. The record for this swim was set back in 2019 by Karen Sharp at a time of 32:21. Our fastest seed time entering this is 36:50 by Lily Saunders. Much more buzz upstairs with all the swimmers here now cheering on their teammates for the final races. It's too bad the swimmers couldn't hear all the excitement and cheering going on for their teammates. I'm sure they all know they're up here. All right, girls 17-18 50-meter butterfly. And we are off with a clean start, and it looks like it's Jessica Mercer. Lily Saunders is overtaking Jessica, and there's Lily Saunders, Jessica Mercer, and Sienna Chapman right now. It looks like 1, 2, 3. It's Lily Saunders who touches the wall first. Now we have a huge battle here for second place, as is Jessica, Sienna, Haley, and Olivia Dyke are all in the running. It's going to be Lily Saunders for first, but who's going to be second and third? And it looks like Olivia Dyke. It's Olivia Dyke and Jessica Mercer. In what order, I can't tell you. And it's Sienna Chapman, who I think finished fourth, followed by Haley Piercy and Jillian Coates. But again, an unbelievable race by all swimmers, which is too close to tell outside of Lily Saunders. Now we move on to event 24, boys 17-18, 50-meter butterfly. 3 swimmers. In lane 2 is Adam Dawson of the Bay Roberts Sea Lions. In lane 3 is Micah Groth of the Bluefins. And in lane number 4 is Lucas Hiscock of the Wave Runners. The record for this was set back in 2018 by McCall Riles at a time of 27:67. Our fastest seed time is 32:59, set by Micah. And we have a clean start, and it looks like it is. It's a 3-way race here right now. Micah, Adam, and Lucas are all right there at the wall at the same time. We watched Micah before power through on the last lap, and he does gain some ground on Adam, but it's Adam now in second place. And it's Micah going to finish first here. Is Adam going to hang on for second? It looks like Adam is going to... No, it's not Adam. It is Lucas Hiscock finishes ahead of Adam Dawson. So it was Micah Groth first place. Lucas Hiscock second. Adam Dawson third. Now we're moving on to the backstroke finals. There it is, event 27, girls 9-10, 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Tony Rose of the St. Anthony Dolphins. Silver Stuckless of the Bluefins in lane 2. Jessa Moss of the Bluefins in lane 3. Paige Dobson of the Gators in lane 4. Avery Parsons of the Gators in lane 5. And Beth Bartlett rounding it out in lane number 6 from our Bay Roberts Sea Lions. The record here was set back in 2012 by Sarah Jones at a time of 44 seconds flat. The fastest seed time going in is Jessa Moss from the Bluefins at a time of 46:35. 2.5 minutes, it seems like a lifetime. And we have a clean start. Again, 2 laps. And it looks like it is lane 3, Jessa Moss in first place. Followed right behind her is Silver Stuckless and Tony Rose. And it's Jessa Moss touching the wall first. Looked like it was Tony Rose slightly ahead of Silver Stuckless. And right there is Paige Dobson, Avery Parsons, and Beth Bartlett. But it's Jessa Moss trying to hang on here as Paige Dobson is putting on a push. Paige Dobson is putting on a huge push. Can she catch her? It doesn't look like it. It looks like it was Jessa Moss, followed by Paige Dobson, followed by Tony Rose. With Silver Stuckless, Avery Parsons, and Beth Bartlett completing the race here. Great job. Now we move on to boys 9-10, 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Benjamin Pelly of the Bluefins. In lane 2 is Blake Noseworthy of the Sea Lions. Lane 3 is Evan McGraw of the Marlins. In lane 4 is Mason Ackerman of the Sea Lions. In lane 5 is Carter Chapman of the Bluefins. And in lane 6 is Ethan Carter of the Bluefins. The record for this swim was set back in 2008 by Chase Payne at a time of 44:15. Our fastest seed time going in is Evan McGraw at a time of 50.85. But Mason Ackerman is right on him at a time of 50.93. So this should be a fantastic race. And you've got Blake Noseworthy and Carter Chapman, who are less than 2 seconds behind them. Here we go. And right now, it looks like it's lane number 2 of Blake Noseworthy is in first place. Blake Noseworthy is in first, and it looks like it's Benjamin Pelly in second. Followed by Evan McGraw and Mason Ackerman. And it looks like Carter Chapman is caught right up there as well. But it is Blake Noseworthy here now who's in first place here. Like you said, anything could happen in the final. It's Blake Noseworthy. Evan McGraw is pushing hard here, trying to catch Blake. Will he do it? Blake is slowing down. Evan is starting to speed up a little bit. Can Evan have enough? Do Blake have enough to get there? It looks like Blake may take it. And it's going to be, looks like Blake edges out Evan McGraw. And it looks like in fourth was Carter Chapman, just ahead of Mason Ackerman. But an unbelievable race by Blake Noseworthy. Now we're going to move into the girls' 11-12 50-meter backstroke final. In lane 1 is Madison Linthorne of the Sea Lions. In lane 2 is Ava Langdon of the Gators. In lane 3 is Peyton Barrett of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Shauna Rowe of the Sea Lions. Lane 5 is Carolyn Wells of the Bluefins. And in lane 6 is Rachel Higgins of the Sea Lions. The record for this swim was set back in 1997 by Laura Robinson at a time of 37:86. Our fastest seed time is 45 seconds flat by Peyton Barrett for the Bay Roberts Sea Lions. Again, all within 2 seconds of each other here. It's their seed time, so this should be a fantastic race here. Girls 11-12 50-meter backstroke final. And we have a clean start, and it looks like it is Peyton Barrett in the lead here right now. The second place is a battle between Ava Langdon, Shayna Rowe, and Carolyn Wells. But it's Peyton Barrett who's taking control of the first 25 meters, touches the wall, heads back. She gained some ground. But Ava Langdon is putting on a push here. So is Madison Linthorne. Peyton Barrett here now hanging on to her lead, and it looks like she should hang on to that lead. But now it's Shauna Rowe is putting on a push. And it's going to be, it looks like Shauna Rowe may have just edged out Carolyn Wells. And again, my results are as unofficial as they get. Now we move on to event 30, boys 11-12, 50-meter backstroke. Lane 1 is Miguel Davignon out of Piranhas. Lane 2 is Jacob Efford of the Sea Lions. Lane 3 is Neil Hardy of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Preston Sims of the Sea Lions. Lane 5 is Hudson Pilgrim of the Sea Lions. And lane 6 is Sam Morrissey of the Sea Lions. So we have one lone Piranha standing in the way of 5 Sea Lions here. The record for this swim was set back in 2012 by Cameron Sims at a time of 36:59. Our fastest seed time is Neil Hardy at a time of 45:55. This is 2 laps, 50 meters. 5 Sea Lions, 1 Piranha. And again, Mr. Neil Hardy, who's out to his lead. Jacob Efford in lane 2 is right there with him. And it's Neil Hardy touching the wall, slightly ahead of Jacob Efford. Jacob touches second. And third is Preston Sims in lane 4, but it's Neil Hardy who's pushing here. Jacob Efford, and now it is Miguel Davignon who's pushing up as well, but it's going to be Neil Hardy is going to be first. Jacob Efford is hanging on here for second place. Can Jacob Efford do it? And now it's a battle for third as Hudson Pilgrim and Preston Sims are battling it out. And it's going to be Jacob Efford touches the wall. It looks like it was Preston Sims slightly ahead of Hudson Pilgrim. But an unbelievable race by Mr. Neil Hardy and Jacob Efford, who got second overall and back, and he's first year on the swim team. Now we move on to the girls 13-14, 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Ella Akerman of the Bay Roberts Sea Lions. In lane 2 is Leah Reed of the Sea Lions. Lane 3 is Sophie McGrath of the Marylands. In lane 4 is Cadence Culpepper of the Bluefins. Lane 5 is Grace Bradbury of the Marylands. And in lane 6 is Jordan Dobson of the Grand Falls Windsor Gators. Girls 13-14, 50-meter backstroke. 2 laps. Lane 1 to your left, lane 6 to your right. In that previous race, it was a clean sweep for the Bay Roberts Sea Lions, pending any DQs. And we have a clean start. And it looks like it is lanes 2 and 3 of Leah Reed and Sophie McGrath. With Ella Akerman is right there as well, along with Cadence Culpepper. This is going to be a very close race, as all 4 almost touch the wall simultaneously. But it looks like now it is Cadence Culpepper has touched the wall and may have taken the lead slightly over Sophie McGrath. Ella Akerman is trying to hang in, and Leah Reed, but it is going to be a battle between Cadence and Sophie, and it's Cadence. It was Cadence, Sophie, Leah, Ella, followed by Grace and Jordan. Now we move on to event 32, boys 13-14, 50-meter backstroke. Lane 1 is Ethan Pitcher of the Gators. Lane 2 is Luca Davignon of the Piranhas. Lane 3 is Austin Morgan of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Michael Hiscock of the Wave Runners. Lane 5 is Ashton Parsons of the Bluefins. And lane 6 is John Lynch of the Wave Runners. The record for this was set back 23 years ago by Matthew Shave at a time of 33:46. Our fastest seed time going in is by Sea Lion Austin Morgan at a time of 36 seconds flat. Here we go. We got a clean start. And it looks like right now it is lane number 2, which is Luca. But Austin Morgan, Michael Hiscock are all right there as well. It looks like 4 touched the wall pretty much the same time as Ethan, Luca, Austin, and Michael. And now we have a race, and it looks like Austin may have gained some ground on the turn, and now we have a battle between Austin Morgan and Michael Hiscock. It's going to be a close one here on who's going to touch the wall first, and it looks like Michael may have just edged out Austin, with Luca touching the wall slightly ahead of Ashton Parsons for 3rd place, followed by John Lynch and Ethan Pitcher. Now we move on to event 33, girls 15-16, 100-meter backstroke. Lane 1 is Bridget Bishop of the Sea Lions. Lane 2 is Kaylee Tucker of the Dolphins. Lane 3 is Julia Dawson of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Marissa Dawson of the Sea Lions. Lane 5 is Olivia Sparks of the Bluefins. Lane 6 is Jada Diamond of the Dolphins. The record for this was set back in 2004 by Courtney Sparks at a time of 1:17.36. Our fastest seat time going in is 1:24.50, set by Julia Dawson. But what's interesting here is the Dawson cousins in lanes 3 and 4, who hate to lose to each other. "100 meters, 4 laps. And we have a clean start. And it looks like it is Marissa Dawson, Julia Dawson, and Kaylee Tucker right now with Bridget Bishop right there as well. It looks like right now as Kaylee Tucker touches the wall first, slightly ahead of Julia Bishop, Bridget Bishop, then Marissa Dawson, followed by Olivia Sparks and Jada Diamond. After we're moving into about 35 meters in, and it looks like now it's Kaylee Tucker who has the lead. Just ahead of Julia Dawson. Marissa Dawson's right there again. Olivia Sparks, Bridget Bishop, all very strong swimmers in this heat. It's like Marissa had a bit of a struggle there on the push-off, and herself straightened out again, and now it's Julia Dawson. Julia Dawson, Kaylee Tucker, Bridget Bishop. At the 75-meter mark, it is Kaylee Tucker touching the wall first. Julia Dawson is right there with her. We're down to the final 25 meters. And Julia Dawson with a great turn is to overtaking the lead here again. And it's Julia Dawson now in first place. Julia Dawson looks like she should maintain first place, and now it's Kaylee Tucker is in second, but Marissa Dawson is putting on a strong push here for third, and it looks like it's going to be Marissa touches the wall third, slightly ahead of Olivia Sparks and Bridget Bishop, with Jada Diamond finishing it out the field. But a great race by Julia to overtake Kaylee on the last 25 meters, and Marissa, a great job to catch up and move into third place there. Now we move on to the boys, 15-16, 100-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Caden Blanchard of the Bluefins. In lane 2 is Chase Morgan of the Sea Lions. In lane 3 is Philip Olford of the Gators. In lane 4 is Cameron Sanders of the Bluefins. Lane 5 is Ben Lunscombe of the Gators. And in lane 6 is Ryan Sims of the Sea Lions. The record set for this was back in 2013 by Noah Party at a time of 1:09.83. Our fastest seat time coming in is 1:24.44 by Philip Olford. I'm starting to think they had slower stopwatches back in the 90s and early 2000s. And we have a clean start. And it looks like it is lane number 3 of Philip Olford, who had a fantastic race earlier on today with Cameron Saunders. And it looks like Cameron Saunders has overtaken Philip Olford to touch the wall first at the 25-meter mark. It is Cameron first. Chase Morgan there. It's Chase Morgan who's touched the wall just over Philip Olford, with Cameron Saunders now in third. But it's Chase Morgan now is extending his lead over Philip Olford. Touches the wall, moving into the 75-meter mark. It is Chase Morgan, Philip Olford, Cameron Saunders. Ben Lunscombe, Ryan Sims, and Caden Blanchard. Chase has really gained some ground and created some separation now between him and Philip Olford here. And it looks like it's going to be Chase here. Now we saw Philip Olford and his strong last 25, last swim. And Cameron Saunders is going to put on a push as well. But there's a lot of pool to get, and I don't think there's enough pool there for anybody to catch Chase Morgan. And is Chase Morgan going to touch the wall first? Now it's a battle again. Is Cameron going to overtake Philip this time? And it looks like it's Philip who just edged out Cameron Saunders for third place. And now we have a battle for fourth between Ryan Sims and Ben Lunscombe. And it looks like it's going to be Ryan Sims touching the wall slightly ahead of Ben, followed up by Caden Blanchard. Now we move on to the girls' 17-18 100-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Maggie Crisby of the St. Anthony Dolphins. In lane 2 is Madeline Akerman of the Sea Lions. Lane 3 is Jenna Olford of the Gators. Lane 4 is Olivia Dyke of the Sea Lions. Lane 5 is Haley Piercy of the Grand Bank Sharks. And in lane 6 is Chelsea Keogh of the Bluefins. The record for this swim was set back in 1996 by Lori Barrett at a time of 1:16:10. Our fastest seed time is 1:25:06 by Jenna Olford, who's in lane 3. So here we go. 4 laps, 100 meters. See who's going to have the bragging rights of provincial champion in girls 17-18 100-meter backstroke. It's all about pace with 4 laps. And here we go, and it looks like it is a lane number 3, which is Jenna Olford right now. So lane number 2 is Madeline Akerman, followed up closely behind by Maggie Crisby, Olivia Dyke, Haley Piercy, and Chelsea Keogh, but it is Jenna Olford right now in first place. Madeline Akerman is hanging on to second, and Olivia Dyke, looks like Olivia may have just overtaken Madeline now, and now it is Jenna, Olivia, and Madeline with Maggie, Haley, and Chelsea trying to keep into this race. But again, with 100 meters and 4 laps, anything could happen. Now Jenna Olford here now is pretty much cruising now. She gets ready to touch the wall at 75 meter mark. Olivia Dyke is right there in second, Madeline in third. There's still points available for the top 4 here. So it's a battle now between Haley, Maggie, and Chelsea. It's Jenna Olford going to be first here, and it looks like it's going to be Olivia Dyke in second. Madeline Akerman is going to be in third. But now it's a battle between Chelsea Keogh and Haley Piercy here for fourth place and points for their team. And it looks like Haley Piercy has the slight edge, and it's Haley Piercy who touches the wall slightly ahead of Chelsea Keogh, followed up by Maggie Crisby. Now we move on to the boys 17-18 100-meter backstroke final. 2 swimmers. Spencer Lilly of the Bluefins is in lane 3, and Lucas Hiscock of the Wave Runners is in lane 4. The record set for this was back in 2015 by Noah Party at a time of 1:05:60. Fastest seed time here is 1:29:87. That's 24 seconds faster than the fastest seed time. Here we go. It looks like it's Lucas Hiscock who has the lead now over Spencer Lilly heading into the first 25 meters. And it's Lucas who's going to touch the wall first. Right behind him is Spencer. Now we move into the 50-meter portion of the swim. And it's Lucas maintaining his lead. But again, there's 4 laps, a lot of endurance. Lucas Hiscock going to touch the wall at the 50-meter mark. Has a little bit more ground now, space between him and Spencer. Spencer touches the wall. Did anybody save anything in the tank for the final 50? It's Lucas Hiscock. Approaching the 75-meter mark. Probably has about 3 body lengths ahead now. Lucas touches the wall first, followed by Spencer, and we're down to the final stretch now. And it's going to be Lucas Hiscock. But Spencer Lilly is putting on a real push here and had an unbelievable final 25 meters, but just never had enough cool to get him to pass Lucas at the end of the day. So it was Lucas Hiscock with the win over Spencer Lilly, but a great swim by Spencer in the last 25 meters to make it close. Now, here we go. We are moving into the girls 8 and under 100-meter IM. IM is 1 lap of every stroke. In lane 2 is Kennedy Butt of the Bluefins. Lane 3 is Maria Butt of the Bluefins. Lane 4 is Violet Rousel of the Bluefins. And in lane 5 is Olivia Randall of the Bluefins. I'm going to make a bold prediction and say a Bluefin is going to win this heat. And it looks like we have a race here between Kennedy Butt and Maria Butt right now, along with a Violet Rousel. We have 3 right there. And Olivia Randall. This is a very difficult swim, especially for 8 and under kids. You got to be technically sound on all 4 strokes here at the end of the day. So you start off, and now they start off with the butterfly, move to the back, then to the breast, then to the free. So we have 3 girls here now, 3 Bluefins right together, but it looks like now lane number 4 of Violet Rousel, looking to have a very strong back here, is taking a bit of a lead here. And Olivia Randall is making some ground here now too with her back. And it looks like it's going to be lane number 2 is Kennedy Butt going to touch the wall second, followed by Maria Butt. And it is Violet Rousel now having a swim here. But Kennedy Butt looks to have a great stroke here in the breast and is gaining ground on Violet. And it's Violet Rousel trying to hang on here. All comes down to the free now as Violet Rousel touches the wall first. Right behind her is Kennedy Butt. Maria Butt, then Olivia Randall. But it is Violet Rousel now, but now it's Kennedy Butt putting on the push in the free. How much do they have left? Violet Rousel is pushing herself hard to get to that final, get to that wall. But Kennedy Butt, as I'm sure all these are teammates who are pushing each other on, but it looks like it's Violet Rousel going to touch the wall first, as Kennedy Butt put on a great showing to touch the wall second, followed by Maria Butt in third, and Olivia Randall in fourth. Again, 4 laps, very technical swim. For children at 8 and under to do this means that they're going to have some great swimmers in years to come in the Bluefin swim team organization for sure. And as you can tell by the numbers, there's only 1 heat in the girls 8 and under, and there's only 1 heat in the boys 8 and under 100 meter. So it's not something most kids want to take on. So kudos to the 4 girls from the Bluefins on an outstanding job. Now we move on to the boys, 8 and under, 100-meter IM. In lane 2 is Clinton Moss of the Bluefins. Lane 3 is Nicholas Dean of the Wave Runners. And in lane number 4 is James Adams of the Bluefins. The record for this swim was set back in 1998 by Mason Jador at a time of 1:50.15. Our fastest sea time is very close here between Nicholas Dean and James Adams at a time of 2:14.50 and 2:14.65, respectively. Here we go, boys, 8 and under, 100-meter IM. 4 laps. And we have a clean start, and it looks like it is Nicholas Dean and James Adams. It looks like James Adams just surpassed Nicholas Dean here. And it's Nicholas Adams now, who's in first place with a strong butterfly. But again, each swimmer has their strengths and weaknesses and their favorite strokes and their least favorite strokes. We'll see if Nicholas Dean can gain them on any one of the 3 that are coming up behind. But James Adams still in first place, but Nicholas Dean is motoring up the pool now in the backstroke, trying to gain some ground back. As Clinton Moss is right there as well, trying to gain some ground. These 2 here had some good seed times coming in. But it is James Adams hanging on here, hanging on. But Nicholas Dean did gain some ground. Now it comes down to the breast. And Nicholas Dean has a nice long stroke, and he's gaining ground fast. And it looks like now he's surpassed James Adams and is now Nicholas Dean with the breast again with the IM. It's always each swimmer has their best stroke, and to this one it looks like it's Nicholas Dean is the breast, as he just flew by James Adams here now. And now we're touching the wall, and it's Nicholas Dean touches the wall, headed off for the final 25 at a free. Now it's James Adams touches next, and Clinton Moss. And it's Nicholas Dean. Trying to keep his lead, trying to keep James Adams from catching up to him. It looks like he's going to succeed, as it's Nicholas Dean touches the wall first. And it was the final 50 meters that determined that swim, as James Adams finished second. And now here comes Clinton Moss on the free to finish third in the heat. Now we move on to the girls' 9-10 100-meter IM. In lane 1 is Priya Delaney of the Sea Lions. In lane 2 is Macy Budd of the Bluefins. In lane 3 is Jessa Moss of the Bluefins. Lane 4 is Alice McKenna-Smith of the Bluefins. In lane 5 is Ava Sims of the Bluefins. And just by looking at the sheet, especially in the younger age groups, the Bluefins certainly have great representation here in the IM. And we had a swimmer who was a little excited to get going. So they'll have to reset and start over again. Here we go, and it is Jessa Moss, followed by Priya Delaney here. Jessa Moss in first, Priya Delaney. Right behind her is Alice McKenna Smith. So it's Jessa Moss going to touch the wall first. Right behind her is Priya Delaney. Alice McKenna Smith. Third, followed by Macy Butt and Ava Sims. And Jessa Moss here on the back. Priya Delaney is trying to get some time back here. Coaches come out to try to give her some encouragement from the deck. They're letting her know how close she is. There's Jessa Moss, touches the wall first, moves into the breast. Now we've seen races won and lost on the breaststroke here, so let's see what Priya Delaney has left here. There's Jessa Moss, followed by Priya Delaney, followed by Alice McKenna Smith, with Macy Butt and Ava Sims. But it is Jessa Moss here now. Gained some space between her and Priya Delaney. Now Priya Delaney needs to worry about Alice McKenna Smith, who's coming up strong with a strong breaststroke. And Jessa Moss has started her freestyle back. Priya Delaney is touched. She's on her way back. Alice McKenna Smith is just about to touch. She touches. She's on her way back. And it looks like it's going to be Jessa Moss touching the wall first, followed by Priya Delaney is going to finish in second. Alice McKenna Smith in third. And now we have a battle between Macy Butt and Ava Sims. They're both on the breast, working their way to the wall to get to the free. And it looks like it's a Macy Butt touching the wall ahead of Ava Sims. And Ava Sims is gaining ground on Macy Butt here, but I don't think she has enough. There's not enough meters left in the pool now to catch her. It looks like Macy Butt is going to touch the wall in second place, followed behind by Ava Sims, but a great job by all girls involved. As we move on now to Heat 2 of 2. And in lane 1, we have Ira Lynn Donahue of the Bluefins. In lane 2, we have Lila Rousel of the Bluefins. In lane 3, we have Ava Parsons of the Sea Lions. Lane 4, we have Paige Dobson of the Gators. And in lane 5, we have Jada Freak of the Bluefins. The record for this was 135.10 set back in 1998 by Morgan Hanrahan. Ava Parsons already has a seed time faster than the provincial record right now, as her seed time is 134.38. And we have a clean start, and it is Ava out of the water and in the lead with the butterfly, followed right behind her is Paige Dobson and Lila Rousel. But it's Ava Parsons touching the wall first. Right behind her is, again, trying to find my page here, Paige Dobson and Lila Rousel. But it's Ava Parsons here with an extremely strong showing in the back, giving herself great distance now between the other swimmers, as it looks like Paige Dobson is in second ahead of Lila Rousel with Ira Lynn Donahue and Jada Freak. So it's Ava now halfway up the pool just as Paige Dobson touches the wall. Followed right behind her is Lila Rousel. The coaches are still encouraging Ava to work as hard as she can here, as they know that She has the potential to break her own time record here right now, and it's Ava that touches the wall. She's on her way back. And there was never any doubt as Ava Parsons with an unbelievable showing here. And the girls, a 9-10 100-meter touches the wall, a good 3/4 of a pool length ahead of Paige Dobson, who've had a very strong swim herself, and Lila Rousel. Followed up by Ireland Donahue and Jada Freak. But this is an extremely, extremely difficult swim. Congratulations, Ava. Now we're moving into the one thing we're going to say, these girls are determined to finish this swim. They're determined to get all 4 laps in. And in lane 1, it's Ireland Donahue. This is where we miss those kids on the deck, where they would be cheering her on and encouraging her to finish. And I see the coaches and I see the volunteers doing the same thing, but it is not close to the same atmosphere as all your teammates cheering you on. Great job, Ireland Donahue. Touched the wall and finished those 4 laps. Now we move on to event 40 boys 9-10 100-meter. In lane 1 is Carson Volke of the Wave Runners. In lane 2 is Henry Wellman of the Bluefins. In lane 3 is Mason Ackerman of the Sea Lions. In lane 4 is Ethan Carter of the Bluefins. Lane 5 is Charlie Tobin of the Marlins. And in lane 6, Nicholas Dawson of the Bay Robert Sea Lions. Okay, why does my list say boys? And it looks like there's girls here. Well, looks like they've put the girls ahead of the boys here, so it looks like it is. Okay, it looks like it's Maya Osmond of the Wave Runners in lane 2. Addison Wells of the Wave Runners in lane 3. Haven McHugh, I do know, is in lane 4 of the Sea Lions. And Ava Langdon of the Gators, who has a Gators hat on, is in lane 4. So the hats match the team name, so let's hope that this is the heat that we're in. So anyway, we have a clean start, and it looks like it is Addison Wells of the Wave Runners in first place on the butterfly ahead of Haven McHugh, who's hanging in there for second right now, along with Maya Osmond. But it is Addison Wells touches the wall slightly ahead of Haven McHugh, touches the wall ahead of Maya Osmond and Ava Langdon. Now they're into the back, and it looks like Addison Wells here has the lead again with Haven McHugh right on her tail. So if anybody has a strong or a weak stroke here in the next 2 strokes, could change the complexion of this race. And it looks like it's going to be Addison Wells touches the wall. It's been a lot of races won and lost on the breaststroke here. And it's Addison Wells, Haven McHugh, and now in third place it is Ava Langdon and Maya Osmond. Addison Wells have gained some ground here on Haven McHugh. Do Haven have a strong enough free to get her? It looks like Addison Wells has a pretty nice freestyle stroke as well. Now it looks like it's going to be Addison Wells going to take first here. Now it's Haven McHugh hanging on for second here as Maya Osmond came back from nowhere to move into third place here. A very strong breast and an extremely good turn to overtake Ava Langdon. It's Addison Wells, Haven McHugh, Maya Osmond, and Ava Langdon. Now I got to see who's walking up to the pool deck. Looks like it's female again, so it must be heat 2 of 2. So in lane 2 is Leah Butler, the Wave Runners. In lane 3 is Abigail Wiseman of the Marlins. In lane 4 is Carly Chapman of the Bluefins. And in lane 5 is Carice Power, of the Gators. Okay, I just got word that where there's only 6 swimmers in the boys 9-10, that they are actually going to make that a final race tomorrow. So here we are. We've started heat 2 of 2, and it looks like it is in lane number 4 is Carly Chapman with the lead here. She touches the wall first, and in lane 2 is Leah Butler is going to touch second, followed up by Carice Power of the Gators. Right now, it is Carly Chapman of the Bluefins with a good 3-4 body length lead ahead now of her nearest competitor as she touches the wall, moves into the breast. Followed behind her is Carice Power, who touches the wall next. And right behind her is Leah Butler. But again, all these races are won and lost on the breast, it seems like, at the end of the day. And a real strong breast can really gain you some ground, which is what we're seeing here from Leah Butler, who's really gaining some ground here on second place. Really gained some ground, and it looks like she has actually overtaken Power from the Gators, and she's moved into second place right now as Carly Chapman works her way up to pool in the free. But now it's Leah Butler who's in second place. Now it's Butler and Power. Who has more left in the tank in the final 25 meters? As Carly Chapman touches the wall first, but now it's a battle for second. And it's a close one between Butler and Power. It looks like, wow, and it looks like Carice Power just edged out Leah Butler towards the end, but a great push by Leah Butler in the last 50 meters to make that a very interesting race for second and third place. Now we move on to event 42, boys 11-12, 100-meter IM. Heat 1 of 2. In lane 2 is Luke Morgan of the Sea Lions. Lane 3 is Neil Hardy of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Hudson Pilgrim of the Sea Lions. And in lane 5 is Caleb Whalen of the Bluefins. And we have a clean start. And it looks like at about the 20-meter mark there now, it is Caleb Whalen who's in first place there, ahead of the 3 Sea Lions right now. But right on his tail is Luke Morgan and Neil Hardy. And Hudson Pilgrim. But right now it's Caleb Whalen in first place, and it looks like now Neil, who is very strong on his back, has just moved into second place here now ahead of Hudson Pilgrim. And if anybody can gain some ground on the back, it's Neil Hardy. And he has gained tremendous amount on the back. Now, let's see where their breaststroke stands. As Neil touches second, Hudson Pilgrim is right behind him now in third, followed by Luke Morgan. Hardy is trying to stay right there. If they can just stay close enough now and get to the freestyle. And it is Caleb Whalen of the Bluefins here, trying to get a little bit of measure of revenge on 3 Sea Lions here. And it's Neil Hardy. He's kept it close. He's kept it really close, and they both touched the wall pretty much the same time. And now it's between Caleb and Neil Hardy. The last 25 meters are free. And they're going stroke for stroke here now. And it looks like Caleb Whalen may have gained some little bit of space here between him and Neil, but it is really close. And it looks like it's Caleb Whalen touches the wall slightly ahead of Neil Hardy. Looks like Hudson Pilgrim is going to come in third, followed by Luke Morgan in fourth place. This should make for an unbelievable final tomorrow in the IM with some of these swimmers. Now we move on to Heat 2 of 2. Now the boys 11-1200 meter IM. In lane 2 is Alex London of the Wave Runners. In lane 3 is Hayden Vokey of the Wave Runners. Lane 4 is Sam Morrissey of the Bay Robert Sea Lions. And in lane 5 is Jackson Foster of the Bluefins. The record for this swim was set back in 1992 with a time of 1:22:31. The fastest seed time is Hayden Vokey at a time of 1:37:46. And here we go. We have a clean start. And it looks like Sam Morrissey in lane 4 and Hayden Vokey in lane 3. It looks like it's Hayden Vokey is taking control here in the butterfly with Sam Morrissey right behind him. Followed by Alex London and Jackson Foster. But it is Hayden Vokey. Touches the wall first. Sam Morrissey is doing everything he can to keep up with him right now. And he's doing a good job. Right alongside of Sam is Alex London there along with Jackson Foster. But it's Hayden Vokey right now, who has about a 2 body length lead over Sam Morrissey. But again, the breast determines pretty much everything in this race when you're close. We've seen a lot of lead switch. Here we go. It is Hayden Vokey, Sam Morrissey. If Sam can keep him close into free. But it looks like Hayden is starting to gain some ground here now and get some distance between him and Sam. But Sam now has to worry about Alex London, who is coming up the pool here as well with a very strong breast. And Alex London is gaining tremendous ground now on Sam Morrissey. As Hayden Vokey touches the wall, headed back. Sam touches second. But Hayden is right there now, or Alex is right there now touching for third. Do Alex have enough to catch him? Don't think he do. It looks like Sam may have gained some ground there on the turn. It's going to be Hayden Vokey touching the wall first. Sam is trying to hang on here for second place as Alex is working desperately here to try to catch him. But it's going to be Sam Morrissey who's going to touch the wall about 2 seconds ahead of Alex London as Jackson Foster finishes out Heat 2 of 2 of the boys 11-1200 meter. Now we get ready for event 43, girls 13-1400 meter IM. In lane 2 is Allie Hamlin of the Gators. In lane 3 is Olivia French of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Jordan Dobson of the Gators. And in lane 5 is Lily the Wall French from the Bay Robert Sea Lions. Two Sea Lions, 2 Gators. 3 heats. See who gets to the top 6 for tomorrow. And we have a clean start, and it looks like it's Olivia French in the lead, followed by Allie Hanlon, and Lily French and Jordan Dobson are right there alongside of each other. But it's Olivia French touches the wall first. Right behind her is Jordan Dobson, Allie Hanlon, and Lily French. And again, here comes Olivia French. All 3 other swimmers are fairly close together. Olivia French has some space between, but again, we've saw the breast. Win or lose races here. There goes Olivia. Jordan Dobson touches the wall second. Very close between Allie Hanlon and Lily French. Now it's the breast. And it looks like Olivia has gained tremendous space between her and the rest of the field here now with her breaststroke. And now it is Olivia French in first, Jordan Dobson second, Allie Hanlon in third, and Lily the Wall French in rounding out the field here. And it's Olivia French cruising to a first place victory in her heat. There's Jordan Dobson coming up the pool, followed by Allie Hanlon and Lily French. Although Lily gained a lot of ground in the free, there's just too much to overcome. But a great race by all four swimmers. Now we move on to heat 2 of 3. Girls 1400 meter IM. In lane 1 is Catherine Jewar at the Gators. In lane 2 is Chloe Caravan at the Gators. In lane 3 is Georgia Elliott at the Bluefins. Lane 4 is Leslie Howell at the Gators. And in lane 5 is Kristen Norman at the Marlins. And we have a clean start, and it looks like it is a lane 3, Georgia Elliott, who we've seen in the pool already today, dominated a number of swims. Georgia Elliott, provincial record holder in a number of swims as well. I believe it was the backstroke we've seen it in. Georgia Elliott now in first, and it looks like it's Chloe Caravan and Leslie Howell battling it out for second and third here right now. Georgia Elliott cruises to the wall first. Now it all comes down to the breast. And it looks like it is Leslie Howell going to edge out Chloe Caravan here as they move into the breast. Great turn by Leslie Howell. Catherine Jewar, Kristen Norman doing their best to stay in it. There's Georgia Elliott now with an unbelievable breast here. Has certainly created much distance between her and the rest of the field. Now it's a battle between Chloe Caravan and Leslie Howell for see who gets second and third. As Georgia Elliott going to cruise to first, but teammates Leslie Howell and Chloe Caravan. We have a race here, and it looks like it's going to be a Leslie Howell with a strong free, a great turn, edged out her teammate Chloe Caravan for second place. As we watch Catherine Jewar and Kristen Norman finish up the race as well. Great job, girls. We move on now to heat 3 of 3 of the girls 1400 meter IM. In lane 1 is Grace Bradbury of the Marlins. In lane 2 is Jayla Harris of the Bluefins. In lane 3 is Hannah Dawson of the Bay Robert Sea Lions. In lane 4 is Emma Milley of the Bluefins. And in lane 5 is Janine Linfield of the Grand Falls Windsor Gators. The record for this event is set back in 2002 by Courtney Sparks at a time of 1:18:32. Hannah is knocking on the doorstep at a time of 1:22:98. So a record is not out of the realm of possibility for Miss Hannah Dawson. And we have a clean start. And it looks like as they come up out of the water, it's Hannah Dawson in first place. Followed close behind by Grace Bradbury. Who at each stroke, Hannah's gaining more and more ground, creating more and more separation. And now they move into the back, and it's Hannah has moved into the back. Jayla Harris, Grace Bradbury with Janine Linfield, but it's Hannah Dawson right now. In first, Emma Milley is right there now in second. Janine Linfield has moved into third here now with Grace Bradbury trying to stay in it now with the breast. But again, the breast can determine a win or a loss here at the end of the day. And by Hannah, it looks like it's going to determine a win. She is just gaining distance with every stroke here now. And it's Hannah Dawson going to touch the wall first to move into the free. as Emma Milley and Grace Bradbury and Janine Linfield can only watch her as she swims back the other way. And it's Hannah Dawson cruising to a first place finish in her heat. Now it's a battle for second and third, as it looks like it's going to be a battle between Emma Milley and Grace Bradbury. Looks like it's going to be Emma Milley in second. Now it's a battle between Grace Bradbury and Janine Linfield. And it looks like it's Janine who's moved into third place as she edges out Grace right at the final few strokes. Now we move on to event 44, boys 13-14, 100-meter IM. 2 heats. In lane 2 is Jackson Haggett of the Grand Falls Windsor Gators. In lane 3 is Nathan Dean of the Wave Runners. And in lane 4 is Austin Morgan of the Bay Roberts Sea Lions. One thing about the prelims versus the finals is that all these swimmers have a chance to, they remember when they see a swimmer have a strong swim and they'll say, okay, now that's who we know who we have to watch. So I'm sure Jayla Harris and Emma Milley, Janine Linfield, and Grace Bradbury are well aware now of Hannah Dawson. Again, it looks like we have another schedule change here, as it looks like it's girls 15-16. I'm going to guess this is girls 15-16. Looks like in lane 2 is Jada Diamond of the Dolphins. Lane 3 is Abigail Hayes of the Bluefins. And in lane 4 is Eve Penny of the Dolphins. I can't tell you if that's for sure or not, because I can tell you who is not. It's not Nathan Dean, Austin Morgan, and Jackson Haggett. So I'm going to say that's Jada Diamond coming up the pool here now in first place on the back. Followed behind by Abigail Hayes of the Bluefins and Eve Penny of the St. Anthony Dolphins. So again, it looks like it's a Jada Diamond going to touch the wall first, move into the breast. Followed right behind her is Abigail Hayes. And Eve Penny. It's Jada Diamond taking control here with the breast. And gains significant distance between her and the next swimmer, which is Abigail Hayes. So Jada Diamond looks like she's going to take first place in heat 1 of 4 of the girls 1600 meter IM. Followed behind her is Abigail Hayes in second place, with Eve Penny finishing up in third of the first heat of 4 of the girls 1600 meter IM. Apparently it was just announced that the boys 1400 meter IM will be a final tomorrow. So I guess they had 7 swimmers. I'm guessing somebody must have dropped out somewhere along the way to give them 6 to make it a final tomorrow. So an extra day of rest for some of those swimmers. As we now move on to heat 2 of 4 of the girls 1600 meter IM. In lane 1 is Ellie Quigley of the Bluefins. In lane 2 is Sophie Drover of the Bay Roberts Sea Lions. In lane 3 is Haley Ralph of the Grand Bank Sharks. Lane 4 is Hannah Chapman of the Bluefins. And in lane 5 is Leah Wiseman of the Wave Runners. And it looks like a clean start. And it looks like it's Haley Ralph and Sophie Drover here right now. Very familiar with most of these swimmers. I swim against my daughter a lot. And there you go. It looks like Sophie Drover powers her way to first place just ahead of Haley Ralph. Followed up right behind them is Hannah Chapman, Ellie Quigley, and Leah Wiseman. But right now it's a battle. It looks like Haley Ralph now has overtaken Sophie Drover in the back. Along with Hannah Chapman now has moved into third. Leah Wiseman is right there as well, along with Ellie Quigley. But now it's Haley Ralph trying to gain some distance between her and Sophie. And it's Haley Ralph, Sophie Drover, Hannah Chapman, Leah Wiseman, and Ellie Quigley. But it's Haley Ralph now who's going to touch the wall heading into the free. Sophie's hanging on for second here with Hannah Chapman right behind her. And it's Haley Ralph. Haley Ralph is in first. Can Sophie hang on to second? As we know, Hannah Chapman has a very strong free. And Hannah Chapman is passing Sophie Drover. Now it looks like she's caught Sophie, and it's Haley Ralph touches first, Hannah Chapman second, Sophie Drover third, Leah Wiseman in fourth, followed by Ellie Quigley in fifth. Now we move on to heat 3 of 4 of the girls, 15-16, 100-meter IM. In lane 1 is Jocelyn Coates of the Wave Runners. Lane 2 is Amy Evans of the Marlins. Lane 3, Julia Dawson of the Bay Robber Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Kaylee Flynn of the Bay Robber Sea Lions. And in lane 5 is Abby Wells of the Bluefins. And I know one thing I won't be doing is predicting which spot Kaylee finishes in, because I've been 0 for 2 so far. Thank God for that. And we have a clean start. And it looks like it's Julia going to be last out of the water on her dive. And we have lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5 are right into this right now. As it looks like it's Jocelyn Coates of the Wave Runners, Amy Evans, Julia Dawson, Kaylee Flynn, they're all right there. But now it's Julia Dawson on the back, has taken control here and has moved into first place. But now it's between Kaylee Flynn and Amy Evans, who had a battle earlier in the back. And Abby Wells has come out of nowhere as well on the back. And now it's Julia in the breast. At first, Kaylee touches the wall for second. And it's Kaylee, Amy Evans, and Abby Wells, followed by Jocelyn Coates. But it's Julia Dawson, Kaylee Flynn. Looks like Kaylee is in second here right now, trying to keep away Amy Evans. But is Julia Dawson going to touch the wall first? Kaylee's going to touch the wall second. And here we go, the final 25 meters. It's Julia Dawson, Kaylee Flynn, Amy Evans, Abby Wells, and Jocelyn Coates. And it looks like Julia Dawson is going to hang on to keep Kaylee away, but it's going to be Julia Dawson. Right behind her is Kaylee Flynn. Now it's a battle for third between Amy Evans and Jocelyn Coates, and it's, I believe it was, Amy Evans may have just edged out Abby Wells, but I can't tell. I do know Julia Dawson finished first and Kaylee finished second. On a great race by all girls involved. Now we move on to heat 4-4. The girls, 15-16, 100-meter IM. In lane 1 is Laura Carville of the Wave Runners. Lane 2 is Caitlin Morgan of the Bluefins. Lane 3 is Marissa Dawson of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Emma Caravan of the Gators. And in lane 5 is Marley Warren of the Bluefins. And we have a clean start once again. And once they get all out of the water, it is Marissa Dawson, Caitlin Morgan, and Emma Caravan are right there. It looks like it's going to be Marissa Dawson and Caitlin Morgan going to touch the wall first here. Pretty much simultaneously, right alongside them is Emma Caravan. Laura Carville is right there as well. Now it's Marissa Dawson and Caitlin Morgan battling it out here for first place. And it looks like Marissa might have the edge here now, slightly over Caitlin Morgan. And right there too is Emma Caravan, who's not going away. And right there too is Laura Carville. And right now it comes down to the breast. And the breast has won or lost many a heat here. And now it's Marissa Dawson in first. It is Caitlin Morgan and Emma Caravan and Lori Carville are all battling out here now. It's Marissa Dawson, looks like going to touch the wall first. After the breast, followed right behind by Caitlin Morgan. And it's a race now between Laura Carville and Emma Caravan. But again, who has the strong free and who has enough gas left in their tank to get down to the final 25 meters. And here we go, it's Marissa Dawson. Caitlin Morgan. It looks like Caitlin Morgan is trying to gain some space on her, but I just don't think she can do it. It looks like Marissa Dawson gave that extra little push in the last 5 meters to edge her out. And it's Marissa Dawson, followed by Caitlin Morgan, followed by Emma Caravan. Laura Carville with a great race as well. Now we move on and then Marley Warren. Great race, girls. Now we move on to the boys, 15-16, 100-meter IM. 2 heats. In lane 2 is Philip Wolford of the Gators. In lane 3 is Charlie Seymour of the Lions. Lane 4 is Noah Dawson of the Sea Lions. And in lane 5 is Wesley Carter of the Grand Falls Windsor Gators. Here we go. This should be an extremely fast heat, knowing all these swimmers here involved. And we have a false start. As none of these competitors here, these swimmers want to give 1 inch of advantage to the next swimmer. Let's see who gets wrapped on the knuckles here. Looks like the judge is going over to talk to lane number 2, which would be Philip Wolford. And again, I'm sure it's just excitement and nerves and not wanting to lose to the swimmer next to you. And this does not matter to them if this is for a provincial championship, a seeding, a right to be in the final, an Olympic gold medal. If you're swimming in the pond, none of these guys want to lose to the next person next to them. And here we go, and we're off. And it looks like it is Philip Wolford who's ahead of Charlie Seymour right now. But all 4 of these race swimmers are right into it. And it's Philip Wolford, Charlie Seymour, Noah Dawson, and Wesley Carter. All 4 swimmers are into it. And Charlie, with an extremely strong back, has overtaken Philip Wolford for first place right now. And it's Philip and it's Charlie who's in first. Noah's right there. Wesley Carter has moved up to second place. Now we're into the breast. Again, where I say races are won and lost. And it's Charlie Seymour, Wesley Carter, Noah Dawson, Philip Wolford. And Charlie is trying to hang on now as there's a lot of Every one of these got a strong breaststroke as Wesley Carter is making some space up as well. This is going to be an unbelievable final 25 meters as all four swimmers are going to pretty much touch the wall at the same time. Charlie edges out Noah, edges out Wesley and Phillip. And here we go, the final 25 meters. It's Charlie Seymour is in first place. Noah Dawson is pushing him along. Wesley Carter is right there in third. Phillip Olford. But it's Charlie and Noah who's taking over first. Who's going to touch the wall first? It looks like it may have been Charlie who may have just edged out Noah. Wesley Carter, followed by Phillip Olford. But again, way too close to call. But it looked like Charlie may have just edged out Noah Dawson there for first place. We're moving on to heat 2 of 2, the boys 1600 meter. In lane 1 is Ryan Sims of the Sea Lions. Lane 2 is Benjamin Groth of the Bluefins. Lane 3 is Chase Morgan of the Sea Lions. And in lane 4 is Cameron Saunders of the Bluefins. We have 2 Sea Lions and 2 Bluefins here going. Well, here we go, and it is in lane number 2. Is it Benjamin Groth right now? Touches the wall slightly ahead of Cameron Saunders and Chase Morgan. But Chase's strong swim is his back. Where Chase will gain ground here, and it looks like Chase is doing just that. And it's Chase. Benjamin. Cameron, and it looks like Chase has just moved into first place slightly ahead of Cameron there now. And now they move into the breast. Who has the stronger breast here? It's not who has the stronger one, as long as nobody has a really weak one right now at the moment. Ryan Sims is doing his best to stay in there as well. But it's Chase Morgan now. Looks like he's gained a little bit of space over Cameron and Benjamin. But we've seen Benjamin swim that 25-meter free, and he is one powerful kid. There goes Chase, touches the wall first. We're into the final 25 meters. It's Chase, it's Cameron. Benjamin's coming right up in lane 2. And it looks like it's Cameron who's overtaken Chase here at the end here, and it's going to be Cameron who's going to touch the wall ahead of Chase Morgan, who finishes second with Benjamin Groth third and Ryan Sims in fourth.
Cameron just came first.
Now we move on to event 47, girls 17-1800 meter IM. In lane 1, we have Maggie Crisby of the St. Anthony Dolphins. In lane 2 is Taylor Giles of the Wave Runners. In lane 3 is Olivia Dyke of the Sea Lions. Lane 4 is Claire Bombas of the Gators. And in lane 5 is Emily Lynch of the Wave Runners. 3 heats. And we have a clean start. And it looks like it is Olivia Dyke in first, slightly ahead of Claire Bombas right now. As they touch the wall, it is Olivia first, Claire second, Taylor and Maggie. Now we move into the back. They're pretty much all four right into this race right now, as it's Olivia Dyke and Claire Bombas. Don't stroke for stroke here. Nobody giving each other an inch. But right there, too, is Emily Lynch. Pretty much touched the wall at the same time as the other 2 girls. And right behind them is Tyler Giles and Maggie Crisby. Here we go. It's Olivia Dyke and Claire Bombas. It looks like Claire may have taken a slight lead now over Olivia as they get ready to touch the wall. And Maggie Crisby has made some ground here with the breast as well. But it is still Emily Lynch in third place. Now it looks like it's Claire Bombas in first place with Olivia Dyke in second. Emily Lynch here in third. Maggie Crisby. It's Claire Bombas touching the wall first. Olivia Dyke, Emily Lynch, Maggie Crisby, followed by Tyler Giles. We move on to heat 2 of 3. In lane number 1 is Paige Clark of the Bluefins. In lane 2 is Regan Strang of the Marylands. In lane 3 is Jessica Mercer of the Sea Lions. In lane 4 is Sienna Chapman of the Bluefins. And in lane 5 is Madeline Ackerman of the Bay Robert Sea Lions. Get ready. It looks like we have 2 swims left before we start. The best part of the day, in my opinion, is our freestyle relay races, where many points are won for each swim team. Here we go. We have a clean start, and it looks like it's Jessica Mercer in lane number 3. It's come out to the early lead with the butterfly. Followed right behind her is Regan Strang and Sienna Chapman. But it's Jessica Mercer who's going to touch the wall first, slightly ahead of Regan Strang right now, and they move into the back. And it's Jessica Mercer, Regan Strang, Sienna Chapman. Lanes 3, 2, and 4 are right here together. Can't count out Paige Clark either. She's right there in the mix along with Madeline Ackerman. But it's Jessica Mercer right now who's going to touch the wall first. It looks like it's Sienna Chapman going to touch the wall second. Madeline Ackerman with a great backstroke moved into, just touches the wall behind Regan Strang for third. Now it's down to the breast. And it's Jessica Mercer hanging on first place here so far as she's coming up to the 75-meter mark. It's Jessica Mercer, Sienna Chapman, Regan Strang, Madeline Ackerman, Paige Clark. It's Jessica Mercer touching the wall first here now, moving on to the final 25 meters. And it's Jessica Mercer touches the wall first. Sienna Chapman, Regan Strang is right there as well. And Sienna Chapman catch Jessica Mercer. She's trying hard, and she is gaining ground. It's Sienna Chapman. It looks like Sienna Chapman has just overtaken Jessica Mercer and has moved into first place. And Sienna Chapman touches the wall first. And now Jessica touches the wall slightly ahead of Regan Strang for second. And an unbelievable 25-meter freestyle for Sienna to catch Jessica Mercer, who led this race from start to finish. Madeline Ackerman touches the wall, followed up by Paige Clark. Now we move into heat 3 of 3. In lane number 1 is Gabrielle Hayes of the Bluefins. Lane number 2 is Chelsea Keogh of the Bluefins. Lane number 3, Lily Sanders of the Bluefins. Lane number 4, Jenna Olford of the Gators. And lane number 5 is Jillian Coates of the Wave Runners. I'm guessing by the looks of the deck, it looks like there's going to be a little break in between this and the freestyle finals, as I don't see teams sitting in chairs waiting to go next. So we have a clean start here. And it looks like it is lane numbers 2 and 3 and 4, which is Chelsea, Lily, and Jenna. And it looks like it's Lily and Jenna Olford right now. Touches the wall first, followed close behind by Chelsea, Gabrielle, and Jillian Coates. Here we go. We're into the back, and it looks like it is Lily Sanders and Jenna Olford. It looks like Jenna Olford now is going to edge out Lily Sanders as they touch to move into the breast. Now it's third place. Now it's fighting out between Jillian Coates, Chelsea Keogh, and Gabrielle Hayes. And we're into the breast now, and it looks like it's Lily Sanders have gained some kind of distance now, a little bit of distance between her and Jenna Olford. She touches the wall first, heads back for the free. Jenna Olford is there next at second. Chelsea Keogh looks like he's going to touch the wall third, followed up by Jillian Coates and Gabrielle Hayes. But it is Lily Sanders going to cruise her way to first place in heat number 3, followed up by Jenna Olford of the Grand Falls Windsor Gators. And now it looks like it's going to be in lane 2. Chelsea Keogh of the Bluefins finishing third, followed up by Gabriel Haz and Jillian Coates. So it looks like there's going to be a little bit of a break here as we get ready for the freestyle relay finals, which is good because I'm sure, oh wait now, we see swimmers coming out on the deck. We may not have a break. We may be moving right to the freestyle finals. Because this is the most fun but the most chaotic part of announcing here right now is the freestyle finals. So most of this you may hear by team and not by name at the end of the day. Looks like we're starting with the girls 10 and under. 200-meter freestyle relay. In the lane number 2, it is the Grand Falls Windsor Gators made up of Avery Parsons, Marion Powell, Emma Pitcher, Paige Dobson. In lane 3 is the Wave Runners of Katie Sweetland, Meredith Oak, Willow Hackett Allen, and Mallory Buckle. In lane 4 is the Bluefins of Silver Suckless, Alice McKenna Smith, Lila Rousel, Jessa Moss, and in lane number 5 is our Bay Roberts Sea Lions of Beth Bartlett, Ava Andrews, Priya Delaney, and Ava Parsons. And I may get some names right, may get some names wrong, but I got a feeling it'll mostly be teams and not names when I get down to naming the race here. The only ones you might hear are some sea lions, as I might recognize them in the water. And here we go. Girls 10 and under, 200-meter freestyle relay. And we're off. It is. Looks like it's Bay Roberts Sea Lions. In first place here now is Beth Bartlett, is having a real strong front crawl. Right there, though, are all three teams of the Bluefins, the Wave Runners, and the Gators. Beth touches first, heads back. Bluefins are second. Now we got the Gators and the Wave Runners there, right there in third. Beth Bartlett motoring up the pool here. And it's Beth Bartlett. Going to touch the wall first. She touches, and the next swimmer is in, and that is Ava Andrews. And it's the Sea Lions in first. It's the Bluefins in second, but the Bluefins are gaining some ground here. And now it's the Clarenville Wave Runners and the Gators. And the Grand Falls Gators are having a strong free here in the second leg of this four-team heat. Bay Roberts hanging on to the slightest of leads now. Over to Bluefins. As the Gators are really pushing strong here now, trying to gain some ground on the Bluefins here. And the Clarenville Wave Runners are just trying to stay there, right there as well. And it's Ava Andrews now going to pass on the baton now to Priya Delaney. And she's the next one in the water. And the Gators have caught up to the Bluefins and are touching the wall for second. Right behind them is the Bluefins, and right behind them is the Wave Runners. And it looks like Priya Delaney has gained some distance now between the Sea Lions and the rest of the field. But now it's a battle between the Bluefins and the Gators. And here comes Priya Delaney of the Sea Lions. Getting ready to hand it over to the anchor leg of this team, which is Ava Parsons, who's already had an unbelievable meet. She's getting ready now to take her team home and bring home some big points for the Bay Roberts Sea Lions, and she's in the water. And now it's the Bluefins that move back into second place, with the Gators in third and the Wave Runners in fourth. And the Bluefin is in the water. The anchor for the Bluefin is Jessa Moss, who is a real strong swimmer in her own right. But there's just way too much space now between the Sea Lions and the rest of the field. But the Gators are pushing strong here now, and it's Paige Dobson who's putting on a show here now, desperately trying to get some points here for the Gators and move into second place. But I think there's too much space now between the Bluefins and the Gators as the Bay Roberts Sea Lions take first. And it looks like it's going to be the Bluefins in second, the Gators in third, and the Wave Runners in fourth. Now we move on to the boys 10 and under 200-meter freestyle relay. In lane 2 is the Bay Roberts Sea Lion, made up of Blake Noseworthy, Nicholas Dawson, Mason Ackerman, and anchor Rogan Duty. On the Wave Runners is Benjamin Osmond, Gage Butler, Sullivan Power, and Nicholas Dean. And for the Bluefins, in lane 4 is Ethan Carter, Carter Chapman, Lincoln Budgell, and Benjamin Pelly. Again, lane number 2 is the Sea Lions, lane 3 is the Wave Runners, and lane 4 is the Bluefins. Here we go, lanes 2, 3, and 4. Lane 2 is on your left, lane 4 is on your right on the screen. Bay Roberts Sea Lions, Wave Runners, and Bluefins. Freestyle relay supremacy in the boys 10 and under is at stake here now. Bragging rights. And they have him in the water, and it looks like it's the Bluefins that are off to the early lead here in lane 4, but the Sea Lions are pushing hard. Followed right behind them is the Wave Runners. But it's the Bluefins now who have a little bit of a lead heading into the first 25 meters as he touches the wall first. Great turn. They head back. Now it's the Bluefins, the Sea Lions, and the Wave Runners in that order. 1, 2, 3. And Ethan Carter, if I'm guessing that the list is right, got his team in the lead here. But Bay Roberts are right on their heels. And the second person is in the water for the Bluefins. There goes Nicholas Dawson for the Sea Lions. Here comes the Wave Runners. Nicholas Dawson is pushing hard to try to catch up to the Bluefins. And he is gaining some ground here. And it's Nicholas Dawson putting everything he got into it to try to catch up to the Bluefin. Who is Carter Chapman. Carter Chapman trying to hold off Nicholas Dawson and the Sea Lion surge here. And it looks like he's going to hang on, but it's still a very close race here. As the Sea Lions are just hanging around, are just a body length behind here right now as the crowd starts to build up here. And there goes the third Bluefin in the water. There goes the third Sea Lion in the water. And here we go. It is Mason Ackerman in the water now. Swimming against Lincoln Budgel. Mason Ackerman trying to gain a little bit of ground whatsoever just so that they have a chance at the final leg here. As it's the Bluefins now have gained a little bit of ground here. With a good turn. As the anchor for the Bluefins, Benjamin Pelly, waits eagerly for teammate Lincoln Budgel to touch the wall. And Clarenville's third swimmers into the pool. Bluefins' fourth swimmers into the pool. And Rogan Duty is going to do what he can here to try to get the Sea Lions back into this. But it's almost an insurmountable lead at this point as the Bluefin touches the wall. 25 meters to go. Looks like Duty has gained some ground, but I don't think he has enough space left to gain enough ground. And it looks like it's going to be the Bluefins here. Looks like the Bluefins are going to finish first. It's the Bluefins first. The Sea Lions second. The Clarenville Wave Runners in third. And a great race by those Bluefins. And Clarenville determined to finish this relay race. As 100 meters is a big difference. 2 laps, very hard, especially after sitting around all day. Maybe swam in a heat or two earlier. And there goes the last swimmer for Clarenville. That's their anchor swimmer. This was where the deck would be alive here now, cheering him on from all teams. And he's having a great swim. Clarenville pride ensuring that they finish the race. Thing is, you never know when it comes to relay races. 4 teams. If one team disqualifies for any reason whatsoever, you finish that race so that you can move your team up more points. Great job by Clarenville. Now we move on to the girls' 11-12 200-meter freestyle relay. In lane 2 is the Grand Falls Windsor Gators of Grease Power, Kinsley Williams, Ava Langdon, and Rebecca Hamilton. Lane 3 is the Wave Runners of Sarah Coates, Marla Osmond, Isla Jones, and Addison Wells. In lane 4 is the Bluefins of Carly Chapman, Callie Blanchard, Callie Osmond, Carolyn Wells, And in lane number 5 is the Bay Robber Sea Lions of Haven McHugh, Madison Linthorn, Ava Martin, and Peyton Barrett. Here we go. Lane 2 is Grand Falls, lane 3 is Wave Runners, lane 4 is Bluefins, and lane 5 is the Sea Lions. And we have a clean start. And we have all 4 swimmers pretty much neck and neck. It looks like Haven McHugh of the Sea Lions may have a slight lead right now over lane 2. Lane 3 is the Wave Runners. But again, it's extremely too close to tell. As Haven McHugh touches the wall first, she has a little slight lead over to both the Bluefins and the Wave Runners. The Grand Falls Windsor Gators are hanging right in there as well, but it's the Bay Robber Sea Lions going to touch first. Looks like it's between the Bluefins and the Wave Runners for second, but the Gators right there as well. And Bay Robber's next swimmer's in the water. Next swimmer for the Bluefins, next swimmer for Clarenville. Here comes the Gators. And now it is Madison Linthorn, and she's trying to hang on to the lead, but a very strong push by the Bluefins, and Callie Blanchard has put on some major pressure, and she's just behind Bay Robber Sea Lions now. As the Sea Lions desperately trying to hang on to first place here. They move into the third anchor of the swimmer, the third swimmer on this team. And it's still Bay Roberts hanging on by a thread now over the Springdale Bluefins. And it looks like it's going to be the Sea Lions touch the wall first for the third swimmer. Third swimmer for Bay Sea Lions in the water. Third swimmer for the Dolphins in the water. Wave Runners in the water. And it's the Bay Roberts Sea Lions still in first place, staying ahead just slightly ahead of the Bluefins here now. And it looks like it's the Sea Lions and the Bluefins have gained a little bit of distance between them, the Wave Runners and the Gators. But again, every point is valuable here in these team relays. And now it looks like the Bluefins and the Sea Lions are going stroke for stroke. And it looks like the Sea Lions once again may have taken a half a body lead here. And it's the Sea Lions. Here we go. We're down to our anchor swimmers here. And the anchor swimmer is Peyton Barrett. Here she goes. She's going to touch the wall first. Ahead of Peyton, ahead of the Bluefins. Clarenville Wave Runners made some tremendous ground up, but there's just too much ground to make up. Same thing with the Grand Falls Gators, and it looks like it's going to be the Bay Robber Sea Lions, but the Bluefins are pushing hard. But it's Peyton Barrett going to touch the wall first, and it's Bay Robber Sea Lions, followed by the Bluefins, followed by the Clarenville Wave Runners, and the Gators. Now we move on to event 52, boys 11-12, 200-meter freestyle relay. Lane number 2 is the Bay Robber Sea Lions, made up of Jacob Efford, Sam Morrissey, Hudson Pilgrim, Preston Sims, Wave Runners, made up of Alex London, Luke Evans, James Primer, and Hayden Vokey, and the Bluefins of Hayden Carter, Gavin Bennett, Caleb Whalen, and Liam Pinkston. So Sea Lions lane 2, Wave Runners lane 3, Bluefins lane 4. 2 is on your left, 4 is on your right on the screen. Here we go. Jacob Efford leading the team off here now for the Sea Lions. Some stiff competition, Alex London, Caden Carter. And they're in the water, and it is Jacob Efford in the lead here for the Sea Lions. And he is going up the pool like a Johnson motorboat right now. And he touches the wall first here in the first 25 meters, turns around, trying to give the Sea Lions the biggest lead they can have going into the second leg of this race. And it's Jacob Efford with an unbelievable swim here for the Sea Lions. But it's the Wave Runner staying right there with him. Come on. It's the Wave Runners, the Sea Lions. It's the Sea Lions going to touch first. Here's Sam Morrissey into the water. And Sam is gaining some considerable ground on Clarenville now. And now it's the Bluefins who are going to try to catch some ground on the Wave Runners. And it looks like it's Sam now is really strong second leg of this race here now. And now it's the Bluefins. It looks like they've pretty much caught up to Clarenville. And now we move into Hudson Pilgrim, the third swimmer on this team for the Sea Lions. He's in the water. And now it looks like the Bluefins has overtaken the Wave Runners for second place. And the Bluefins now have moved into controlling second place with Clarenville into third. And now it's the Bay Roberts Sea Lions working their way back to the final leg. The anchor of the team, which is a Preston Sims. The one thing they're doing now is making sure that they don't DQ. Nobody has to jump the block early with such a sizable lead. And he touches the wall, and in goes Preston Sims. And it's Preston Sims now flying up the pool. The final swimmer for the Bluefins is in the water. He's gaining considerable ground, but there's just no way in the world he'll gain the ground needed to gain. There's Preston Sims. Again, great showing by the Bay Roberts Sea Lions. And great job. Sea Lions first, Bluefins second, and Clarenville with their fourth swimmer in the water. Knows that points is all too important here. And you never know what could happen in terms of DQs in relay races, so you finish the race. Now we move on to girls 13-14 200-meter freestyle relay final. In lane number 2 is Grand Falls Windsor Gators, made up of Leslie Howell, Jordan Dobson, Charlotte Bombas, Chloe Caravan. The Marylands in lane 3, made up of Isabel Spencer, Kristen Norman, Emma Hanrahan, and Regan Walsh. Lane number 4, the Bay Roberts Sea Lions of Olivia French, Callie Morgan, Leah Reed, and Hannah Dawson. And the Bluefins in lane number 5 of Emma Milley, Lucy Budgell, Cadence Culpepper, and Georgia Elliott. Here we go. It is the Bay Roberts Sea Lions in lane number 4 with Olivia French in the lead right now, with the other 3 teams of the Bluefins, Marylands, and Gators all right behind her. But it's Olivia French touching the wall first. It looked like it was the Marylands in lane 3 touches second. Bluefins and Gators are right there though. It's Olivia French with a very strong opening leg for the Sea Lions. Give them a little bit of a cushion. Can they hold on to it? This is the question as Callie Morgan now dives into the pool. Right behind them is the Bluefins and the Marylands and the Gators. The excitement is a buzz upstairs here now as everybody's screaming. I have noise-canceling headphones and I can still hear the kids screaming through. as the Bay Roberts Sea Lions now considerable cushion here moving into the third leg, but now it's down between the Bluefins and the Gators. As the Gators have made some great ground here. There goes the Bluefins, third swimmer in the water. Third swimmer for the Gators in the water. Here comes the third swimmer for the Marlins. And here comes the Sea Lion swimmer. Again with a decent lead, but it's getting a little smaller. But Hannah Dawson has your anchor leg. The Bluefins have Georgia Elliott. Two of the better swimmers in this age category. Georgia Elliott is a record holder in the provincials. Georgia Elliott is going to give Hannah everything she got here. But Hannah's a very strong swimmer in her own right, too. And there goes Hannah. And Hannah's going to lead. Finish off for Team Sea Lions, first place. As the Bluefins finish second. Looks like the Gators are going to finish third. And the Marlins in fourth. But again, every team must finish because you never know. With team relays on DQs, how points can move up. Now we get ready for Event 54, Boys 13-14, 200-meter freestyle relay. In lane 1 is the Bluefins, made up of Rylan White, Kobe Chapman, Ryder Pinkston, Ashton Parsons. In lane 2 is the Sea Lions, made up of Austin Morgan, Ben Parsons, Ashton Hurley, and Owen Dyke. Lane 3 is the Marlins, made up of Evan McGraw, Ethan Pike, Andre Fitzpatrick, William Evans. Lane 4 is the Wave Runners of Michael Hiscock, John Lynch, Caden Ives, and Nathan Dean. And in lane number 5 is the Grand Falls Windsor Gators of Jackson Haggett, Ethan Pitcher, Dawson Poole, and Nigel Powell. So, lane number 1 is Bluefins, lane 2 is the Sea Lions, lane 3 is the Maryland, lane 4 is Wave Runners, and lane 5 is the Gators. And here we go. It looks like we have a clean start, and it looks like it is lanes 1, 2, and 4, which is the Bluefins, the Sea Lions, and the Wave Runners right now. We're in first place, and it looks like it's lane number 4, the Wave Runners in first, followed right behind by the Bluefins and the Sea Lions. So right now it is the Wave Runners who are in first place. In lane 4, Clarenville touches the wall first, and then right behind them is the Sea Lions and the Bluefins. Right behind them is the Gators. It's the Wave Runners actually gained some ground here now, but the Sea Lions have moved into second place. So is Clarenville in first. It is Sea Lions in second. Battle now between the Bluefins and the Gators for third. There's the Marlins. No, they got to finish this race, and there goes Clarenville's third swimmer. Caden Ives is there. Sea Lions' next swimmer is in the water as well. And that's Ashton Hurley. Can Ashton gain any ground on Caden to give the anchor leg, the anchor of the team, Owen Dyke, a chance here? That's all we need is a chance. We need to gain some ground here. And it is Clarenville. Sea Lions in second. The Sea Lions have closed the gap a little bit. But their anchor swimmers are strong on all teams. And there goes the Wave Runners in the pool. There goes Owen Dyke for the Sea Lions in the pool. Can Owen Dyke catch him? And there goes the Gators in the pool. And it looks like it's the Wave Runners, as their lead was just too much for Owen Dyke. As much distance as Owen is closing here, there was just too big of a lead for Clarenville, but great showing by the Sea Lions to move into second place. Here comes the Gators now into third. Gators finished third. It looks like it's going to be the Bluefins finished fourth. And the Marlins are their anchor swimmers enter into water now. And again, like I've said many times before, every relay team must finish because of the possibility of DQs. Here we go. We get ready. Great job by the Marlins again to finish the race. How important it is to finish. With the number of teams ahead, you never know. One disqualification could move, two disqualifications to move you from fifth to third. Anyway, and now we move on to event 55, girls 15-16, 200-meter freestyle relay. In lane number 1 is the Bay Robber Sea Lions, made up of Kaylee Flynn, Sophie Drover, Bridget Bishop, Marissa Dawson. Lane number 2 is the Dolphins, made up of Jada Diamond, Eves Penny, Sarah Young, and Kaylee Tucker. Lane 3 is the Wave Runners, made up of Addison Wells, Leah Wiseman, Laura Carville, Jocelyn Coates. Lane 4 is Abby Wells, Jenna White, Caitlin Morgan, Olivia Sparks of the Bluefins. And in lane number 5 is the Grand Falls Windsor Gators of Sarah Campbell, Charlotte Bombas, Chloe Caravan, and Emma Caravan. So lane 1 is your Sea Lions, lane 2 is the Dolphins, lane 3 is the Wave Runners, lane 4 is the Bluefins, lane 5 is your Gators, lane 1 is on your left, lane 5 is on your right on the screen. And we get ready for a very exciting race here in the girls 15-16 freestyle relay. And here we go. Out of the water first. Oh, and we have a false start. Oh, a lot of energy expended by a couple of these swimmers. Again, now we have to do this all over again. Taking a while for the swimmers to get back to the starting blocks again. Probably strategic to take a little bit of time after pretty much swimming a lap of the pool before they realized that it was a false start.
Money.
So I guess they're giving some of those swimmers a little bit of a breather before we get ready to restart this race again. We're down to the final 4 races of the day. Again, this is the girls 15-16 200-meter freestyle relay. The Bay Robber Sea Lions, the Dolphins, the Wave Runners, the Bluefins, and the Gators. Here we go again. And now we have a clean start. And it looks like it is in lane number 1. It's Kaylee Flynn of the Sea Lions, who's in first place, followed up by number 4, the Bluefins. All swimmers are fairly close, but it looks like it's the Sea Lions, the Bluefins, and the Dolphins right now. And it looks like the Bluefins may have taken a slight lead over the Sea Lions, but it's looking like it's extremely close. It looks like both teams enter the water at the same time. So it's the Sea Lions and the Bluefins, followed up by lane number 3 of the Wave Runners. Then it's the Gators. Then it's the Marlins. The Dolphins. There's the Bluefins and the Sea Lions here now battling it out for first as the Wave Runners and the Gators are battling it out there now for third. And it looks like the Bluefins may have gained a slight lead here so far. There you go. The Bluefins touch the wall first, just ahead of the Sea Lions. There's the Sea Lion. Next one is in the water. There goes the Grand Falls Windsor Gators, followed by the Wave Runners and the St. Anthony Dolphins. But it's the Bluefins now in the lead here. Sea Lions are working hard to try to keep this close for the anchor swimmer. The anchor swimmer of this team is Marissa Dawson, who's having a fantastic swim meet so far. But the anchor swimmer for the Bluefins is Olivia Sparks. She's a very strong swimmer in her own right. And here we go. Olivia Sparks in the pool, Marissa Dawson in the pool. Marissa's going to put everything she has into catching Olivia. And there goes the Gators, there goes the Dolphins, there goes the Wave Runners. I think the Bluefins had just too big of a lead there. And it looks like it's going to be the Bluefins who are going to finish first, anchored by Olivia Sparks, followed up by the Sea Lions in second place. It looks like it's going to be the Grand Falls Gators finishing in third, followed by the Clarenville Wave Runners in fourth, and the St. Anthony Dolphins. Now we move on to event 56, boys 15-16, 200-meter freestyle relay. In lane number 2 is the Bluefins, made up of Cameron Saunders, Caden Blanchard, Ashton Parsons, and Benjamin Groth. In lane 3 is the Bay Robber Sea Lions, made up of Chase Morgan, Jack Hardy, Noah Dawson, and Charlie Seymour. And in lane number 4 is the Grand Falls Windsor Gators, made up of Ben Lunscombe, Nathan Poole, Wesley Carter, and Philip Olford. And here we go, and it looks like it is the Sea Lions of Chase Morgan now in first place. Slightly ahead of the Bluefins, with the Gators very close behind. And it's going to be a battle here all the way between these three teams. And it's Chase Morgan trying to maintain the lead as he passes on the torch now to Mr. Hardy. Here goes Jack Hardy into the pool, followed right behind him by Nathan Poole and Caden Blanchard. And it's Jack Hardy doing his best to hold off the Bluefin right behind him. Sea Lions touch the wall first. Right behind them is the Bluefins, and shortly behind them is the Gators. Well, it's Hardy who maintains this very, very small lead for the Sea Lions ahead of the Bluefins. Gators are just trying to keep this close for the anchor leg. And there goes the third swimmer for the Sea Lions, which is Noah Dawson, swimming up against Wesley Carter. And here comes the third Gator, who's gained significant ground here. Leaving it to the anchor legs for each. And here comes Noah Dawson for the Sea Lions, ready to hand it off to Charlie Seymour. But the Bluefins have Mika Groth waiting on the deck. Who's a big, strong, powerful swimmer in his own right. We've seen him gain significant ground in a short period of time. And here comes the Gators in the pool. Their anchor swimmer's in. Charlie touches the wall first, followed right behind by Benjamin Groth. Charlie Seymour's determined not to let Groth catch him today. And it's Charlie Seymour going to touch the wall first for the Sea Lions. And as much ground as the Grand Falls Gators made up, they're just too much for it. Not enough for the Bluefins in terms of catching up with them at the end of the day. So it was Sea Lions, Bluefins, Gators. Now we move on to event 57, girls 17-18, 200-meter freestyle relay. In lane 1 is the St. Anthony Dolphins, the Kaylee Tucker, Sarah Young, Jada Diamond, and Maggie Crisby. Lane 2 is the Bluefins of Gabrielle Haas, Sienna Chapman, Chelsea Keogh, and Lily Saunders. Lane number 3 is the Marylands of Regan Strang, Abigail Wiseman, Sophie McGrath, Amy Evans. Lane 4 is the Wave Runners of Julian Coates, Taylor Giles, Jocelyn Coates, and Emily Lynch. Lane number 5 is the Sea Lions of Jessica Mercer, Madeline Ackerman, Olivia Dyke, and Hannah Dawson. And in lane number 6 is the Gators, made up of Emma Caravan, Sarah Campbell, Claire Bombas, and Jenna Olford. Oh, and it doesn't look like the Marlins are in. So we have a slight change, and we have 5 teams in. So right now, it looks like it's lane number 2, which is the Bluefins. No. Lane number 5, which is the Sea Lions. We have a battle here all the way, as it looks like it's the St. Anthony Dolphins who touched the wall first. But again, all 5 teams are right in the thick of this right now, and it looks like lane number 4, the Wave Runners, might have the slightest of leads ahead of the Sea Lions. And it looks like the Gators as well are right there. So it's the Grand Falls Gators, Wave Runners, Sea Lions. Followed by the Dolphins and the Bluefins. Right now it is the Wave Runners here. Followed by the Gators and the Sea Lions. But again, all these 5 teams are right in the mix. It's the Wave Runners, Gators, Sea Lions. 1, 2, 3 here right now. And as the Gators touches the wall first, it looks like the Sea Lions and the Wave Runners are neck and neck. The Bluefins are in, followed right behind by the St. Anthony Dolphins. But now the Gators have gained some distance here with their 3rd swimmer. And now it looks like it's the Gators, the Wave Runners, the Bluefins, and the Sea Lions. The Gators have taken a strong lead here so far, and it looks like the Bluefins have caught up now to the Wave Runners and have taken over 2nd place. Now it's a battle for 3rd. There goes the Bluefins are in, the Wave Runners are in. Here comes the Sea Lions. And now it's a race. Now it's the Gators, touches the wall first. They're heading back for the home stretch, as it looks like they're going to take first. Looks like the Bluefins are in 2nd. Now it's a battle for 3rd between the Bay Roberts Sea Lions and the Clarenville Wave Runners. And Hannah Dawson is putting everything she has into it. And it looks like she may have caught the Wave Runners. And she has, and it looks like it's Hannah Dawson who may have touched the wall just ahead of the Clarenville Wave Runners for 3rd place. Followed right behind them was the St. Anthony Dolphins. And now we moved on to the final race of the day. Boys 17-18, 200-meter freestyle relay. In lane number 2 is the Bluefins of Cameron Saunders, Spencer Lilly, Benjamin Groff, and Mika Groff. Lane number 3 is the Wave Runners of John Lynch, Caden Ives, James Hancock, and Lucas Hancock. And in lane number 4 is the Sea Lions of Adam Dawson, Noah Dawson, Chase Morgan, and Charlie Seymour. And now everybody can get a break from listening to me today. We'll get ready to tackle tomorrow. Well, it looks like we only have 2 teams in this race. I'm not sure what's going on with the Sea Lions here. Looks like the Sea Lions are missing a swimmer. Not sure exactly what's going on. Seems to be a little confusion in the Sea Lions camp here, as I see 3 of the swimmers. I don't see the 4th. Oh, there he is. The 4th swimmer. Now it looks like it's just going to be the Bluefins and the Sea Lions here, as there is no Wave Runners team. So this heated rivalry continues right down to the 17-18 last swim of the day. Two teams that love to beat each other. It's the Sea Lions and the Bluefins. And here comes Adam Dawson for the Sea Lions and Cameron Saunders of the Bluefins. They both pretty much touch the wall simultaneously. Coming back for the next 50 meters as the next swimmer on each team. It's Lily Spencer for the Bluefins and Noah Dawson for the Sea Lions. And it looks like the Bluefins now have a slight lead here. Big thing here is just staying close for the next swimmer to give him a chance. And here we go. There's Noah Dawson in the water. Noah Dawson is trying to catch Spencer Lilly here now. And Noah Dawson is gaining some ground. He's a very strong swimmer, and it looks like Dawson has made up significant ground here. And an unbelievable turn has put Bay Roberts Sea Lions right back in this now, and it's a neck-and-neck swim, and it looks like Noah has pulled ahead of the Bluefins. And here we go, the third swimmer is Chase Morgan for the Sea Lions. He's in the water. Third swimmer for the Bluefins, Groff, he's in the water. Now the Sea Lions have grown a lead with two big, strong swimmers for the Bluefins. There's no letting off the gas here now. As Chase Morgan makes the turn, he's heading back. The anchor, Charlie Seymour, is ready to go. And here goes Chase, and here comes Charlie into the water. Here comes Groff. And this is far from over, folks, as Groff is one powerful swimmer. And he's touched the wall. Charlie's on his way back up. Can Groff catch him? Charlie's determined for him not to. Groff is determined to catch him. But it looks like it's going to be Charlie. It's just too much pool. And Charlie touches the wall first. And the rivalry continues. And the check mark today goes to the Sea Lions. Anyway, I'm sure everybody deserves a break from listening to me, especially me listening to me. So we will be back tomorrow in the third and final day to see who's crowned provincial champion of the 2023 Summer Club. See you later.